Broadcasting to you live from the Orion spiral arm of the Milky Way galaxy, the solar system, planet Earth, EARFF, or as my fantasy football name is spelled and articulated, planet Arf, AARRFFF. I think the spelling of ARF changes many times over the months, over the past few years, Here's a good question of the day before we get things started. I interrupted my own introduction with a intrusive thought. Not really an intrusive thought, just the way that my brain is wired. Not darts. I'm trying to think of the right analogy. Like Nerf balls come flying through, like people are throwing passes with Nerf balls all the time. I don't grab all of them. But out of the peripheral, when I'm in the middle of a thought, if I see that somebody, and I do have fairly decent peripheral vision, when I see something being thrown in my general area, I will tend to gravitate toward it, acknowledge it, and move on. They say the key to meditation. Everybody take a deep breath with me on 3. Ready? Just a deep inhale and an exhale. 1, 2, 3. They talk about meditation like it's clearing your head, clearing your brain, focusing, rebalancing. But whether it's yoga, whether it's this or that, people have talked about rebalancing in the breath work. But they say when you're meditating to try to really just equalize, balance, soothe, calm down, focus, clarify. Basically, most of the words attached to what happens when you meditate. And by the way, the words attached to meditation are very similar to prayer and meditation. A lot of overlap on that Venn diagram, definitely. These thoughts and clearing the head, it's like, well, what does that mean to not think? I don't know how to not think. I don't know what that's like. Then you get into the Bible and they talk about the serpent in the Garden of Eden, and it's like, well, don't eat the apple. What's the apple? The apple's knowledge and knowing things. Well, it's like, I want to know things. Oh, but that's bad. You should just listen to me. And you're like, huh, what am I missing on that part of the story? It seemed like there's more there. I'd like to drill down on that and listen to some various opinions about the interpretation of that moment. Because if the apple is knowledge, I mean, isn't that what we're all seeking in life, is knowledge, information? We know that ignorance is bliss, but back to the meditation. When you have a thought enter your mind when you're trying to just, I'm trying to just be. You must acknowledge the thought like a cloud floating above you. You notice the thought, and inside the cloud is a text of that thought. And so you go off on the tangent. And the tangent I just had was planet Earth reminded me of my fantasy football team, planet Arf, with my buddy Clint, who I know from this place. What's up, Clint? Oh, Clint famously designed the Facebook group profile picture of me as LeBron James. It says, "I'm coming home." Why LeBron James is bringing his talents back to Facebook, because Facebook had been deleting my content. They had been silencing me, reducing my distribution, both my profile and my groups. I had been attacked relentlessly, deleted by the deep state, deleted by the Democrats, deleted by the apparatus that's been screwing everything up on this damned planet for how many years, how many decades. They hated me. Oh, they hated me. Similar to how Rosie O'Donnell hated me. when I met her. I love that the evil in her found the goodness in me, and it was like it was wild. I do need to remember to get that Rosie footage. I need to write a note down so I don't forget to do that. Here, I'm going to open up a tab and put it there. But yeah, I was saying Planet Earth, and it reminded me of Planet Arf, and it's football time, and everything. Football is a rebirth. Football, you can feel it. If you played, you know what these grueling, hot summer 2-a-day practices were all about. 5:30 in the morning, 6 in the morning, 7 in the morning, 8 in the morning, 9 in the morning, 10 in the morning. You'd have a lunch in the midday, and then you'd be right back at it for a second session as you gear up for a football season, which is also a school season. To everything, there is a season, turn. So anyway, that was the Nerf football. That was the cloud that blew past me. That's a Planet Earth, Planet Arf fantasy football. Wondering if any of you play fantasy football. That's all it was about. We went on a detour because of the fantasy football. But, the thing I have discovered about listening to podcasts is that what I enjoy, well, there's several different things I enjoy. I enjoy information. I enjoy entertainment. And I enjoy listening to interesting people unpack their thoughts. Interesting people unpacking their thoughts. And it's up to you to decide if you think I'm interesting or not. I'm not trying to throw my shoulder out, pat myself all on the back there. But what I am saying is, it's a hangout. And as you hang out with somebody, you sort of get to understand how their brain is wired. Like when you listen to Adam Carolla go on one of his famous rants, or just kind of unpacking and connecting the dots between a couple dissimilar things to provide a context. Whether that's a pastor, a priest, a friend. But yeah, I mean, definitely podcasters, radio hosts. You're along for the ride, and you are understanding what it means to be that person. Because in the course of a couple hours, or however long we have our shows, we're hanging out, and we're jumping in the comments section. By the way, say hello, hit like, hit subscribe, and jump into the comments if you wish. But that is how I'm wired, and that is kind of how I think. And sometimes I'm going to take a side quest. How much time do you spend in video games? That's a good question of the day. Do you play video games, and what are you currently playing? Question of the day. Type it in the comments. And remember, when you answer the comment, just QOTD. So we go, oh, they're answering the question of the day. It's helpful, like when you can read a comment that stands alone as if there's no context needed. QOTD. Haven't played video games in years. QOTD. Yes, I'm currently playing this, and it's awesome. But the comments, both live and after the fact on our various platforms, it continues the conversation. What we do here on the TNAM Daily Show, as you will see right there, is that we unpack the news for the new American media right here, because the old American media has failed you. We're going to scroll through stories that we have encountered. And by the way, a share does not equate to an endorsement. We're past the point of needing to qualify that, right? We know that adults are able to consider a million viewpoints, and more than one thing can be simultaneously true at the same time. And something might be partially true, but that doesn't mean I fully endorse the general concept that person has reached as a conclusion regarding the right? I mean, are we going to be adult enough to break things down in that manner and to be able to discuss all of the things? That's what we do on the Agree to Disagree show. We've morphed that where that's going to be mainly a conversation with myself and another guest. I think that's the best way to keep the agree to disagree show. It would be like a one-on-one or like a group unpacking of the news or something like that. The TNAM Daily Show is just checking in to see what everybody's talking about today and tell us the best thoughts on it. Hold on. Tell us the best thoughts on that. That ever happened to you? I feel like it happens to me a lot during my shows. I do the cartoon thing where I'm running so fast and my feet start spinning and I move past 17 words at once, and then I have to slow down and re-enunciate and articulate the things that I was starting to say. Happens to me all the time. But this is you learning about me and my brain. I was one of those smart kids. I was in the LEAP program, Learning Enrichment Accelerated program. I tested off the charts in a lot of stuff. My brain is an interesting place to be. It's a blessing and a burden, a curse and a cure. It is what it is. It's great in some ways, and in other ways, you're like, okay. I wonder how, no wonder the rest of you do things another way. I wonder if I could do that. Could do, would do, train yourself to do. I don't know. We're born with some character aspects, character traits, abilities. It's nature versus nurture. What are we born with? And what's learned as a culture. And by the way, not all cultures are the same. Not all cultures are compatible. Not all cultures are equal. You know, we've tried to build something theoretically here in America that's a pretty decent operating system for a way to get along, a way to do things. And my God, has it ever been a system that's worked? Has it always been as corrupt as we're learning about now? Or has it just devolved year after year to get shadier and shadier? And instead of anybody calling it out and stopping it, they off those people. Be it JFK, be it Jesus Christ, there's money changing tables being flipped, and people who do not want others to be enslaved to others. And you can talk about Lincoln all you want. Maybe Lincoln fought the Civil War to break the bonds of slavery, or maybe it wasn't really all about that at all. It was maybe an underlying issue. That's definitely how it's been reframed. But fights for a better way to manage society. It's supposedly an evolution towards something a little bit better. Well, along the way, the whole system turned upside down. Like I said, has it always been this way, or are we just noticing it more? We're pandering politicians like Hillary Clinton. I keep hot sauce in my purse. Was the pandering always happening? It's just the internet has allowed us to just instantly give you the side by side and you go, oh God, that's so cringe. And that's why the old systems aren't working anymore. The old schemes, the old propaganda networks. We're going to talk about Stephen Colbert today. ABC, ESPN, Disney. They are the worst. The worst. But when you're the worst, it doesn't mean the others are different. They could be almost equally as bad. It's just between ABC, ESPN, Disney, we've seen a massive push towards something different. Something woke, something globalist, something anti-American, something destructive, divisive, intentionally divisive, misleading, inaccurate, detrimental. Yeah, we're seeing the distribution networks. Now, is that because US aid money has dried up? Hey, let's all do the vaccine dance. Time to do the vaccine dance. My name's Stephen Colbert, and I'm doing the vaccine dance. Oh my God. I mean, there are jump the shark moments, and I know I think I know what okay, hold on. I think I know what I thought they were going to do. That is such an awkward sentence. they're allegedly a comedy show. I think they were trying to be over the top and silly. I think that was the intention. But it came off as so unironic and tone deaf because it really felt like ABC, ESPN, Disney, and the deep state were 100% all in, all their chips in the middle, promoting this weird universe that completely flipped the apple cart of the Donald Trump administration during that final year, 2019, 2020. And then having that one large event in Minnesota. And the Democrats, the globalists, the deep state, they burned this country down. You know, did they never miss the opportunity to take advantage of a crisis, like they say? Rahm Emanuel, former Obama chief of staff, right? So just the opportunity for a pandemic happened. So like they got to be totalitarian. Was Fauci involved with it? Was it a coordinated, intentional lab release? I'm on the side of that being an intentional lab release, and they get to prove me wrong. I'm not doing this backward thing again. One of my, if I could be known for one quote attributed to me and one of my good buddies, I didn't even remember I said it. He repeated it back to me sometime late. I believe that's how this played out. And I'm like, wow, that is an excellent quote. I wrote it down because I kept trying to say it. And I'm like, I don't even know how to say it. He goes, you're the one that said it. I go, like I said, you're understanding how my brain works. I channel things. Hello, Patriot Warrior Texas, answering question of the day. No video games, period. Yeah, I've been trying to do a collection. Some Atari, some Nintendo, Xbox, just different generations of systems because I am a reseller. And as you acquire things at garage sales or estate sales or marketplace, and you're selling things, and while you're there, you're like, oh, I'll take that at that. You negotiate a good price and you go get it. So it's sort of building a collection, but then also having one operating system that can play every one of the games. So I can at least list tested and working. Game fired up. I didn't play it, but it was able to. It's just interesting to build that collection out. But yeah, I'm a big video game fan. And I think video games do some good things for us. I think one of the reasons I excelled at sports was quick reflexes. Having something with like the grip of slippery things has I have to be very careful of the grip of slippery things, like washing dishes, and if you're holding it right, and you gotta. But generally speaking, like those thoughts that come flying in like a Nerf ball, my peripheral vision is pretty good on the edges. In video games, I think they get your quick twitch reflexes going. You quickly pivot, you quickly jump with all that stuff. But yeah, I like video games, but yeah, honestly, I don't play them much. But this time of year, you know what? Maybe I will fire up one of my classic Madden EA Sports. It's in the game. One of those John Madden EA Sports where I have a franchise running. I've created my character, 7 feet tall, defensive end, just an absolute game wrecker. And then I play a franchise with my Cleveland Browns. And yeah, this time of the year, it's like we're getting into fantasy football. It's, as someone who played, it just gets the motor running. I don't know if any of you are sports people. Patriot Warrior, are you a sports person? The grip of slippery things. Yeah, that sounds like a Warrant album from like 1988. The grip of slippery things. Close to Bon Jovi's Slippery When Wet. All right, we're doing some deep cuts here. But I mean, it was good music for the time. They talk about people in the Bible. He was a good man for his time. It's like, everybody around you, look at different generations. People are just a part of the zeitgeist of that era. He was a good man for his time. And yeah, there was some good music for that time in the 80s. Guns N' Roses. When was that released? When was Appetite for Destruction released? I'm going to guess 1980. 7, 8, or 9. I'm going to say 1988. I don't know. Doggone it, I almost said 87. 1987. And I later met Slash in Los Angeles. Go figure. All right. So it's just time of the year where I think about football, and literally in the intro to mine. It took me off on a tangent, and they say therapy. I have a psychology degree from this place. They say therapy is, mainly a good chance to just unpack your thoughts. And in a way, that's sort of what I'm doing. I'm unpacking my thoughts here. Trying to figure out what's what. But we're in it together because we're curious about all the stuff going on in the world. And we're going to shuffle the deck and look through what everyone's talking about together. Patriot Warrior saying, no more sports period ever since Colin Kaepernick, or no, you called him, yes, took a knee. Yeah, that whole thing. Yeah, I went hard in the paint on that one. It was very, this was all just a greater part of the Obama doctrine. Community agitator or organizer, a racial arsonist, to find opportunities to create massively divisive things out of thin air. And it was just it was essentially the Stephen Colbert, ABC, ESPN, Disney, Hollywood, Diddy, LeBron, Obama, Colbert, Kimmel, Caitlyn Jenner, guys and girls sports, Disney product becoming woke after woke and changing characters and erasing certain characters and replacing them with it. All of it. The vast cornucopia of what we are emerging from has been a woke nightmare. An absolute nightmare. And you're seeing it day after day. You're watching the media crumble and collapse. You're watching the funding dry up from pharma to do the happy dance to let's all get a jab. Let's all get a jab. I mean, we have been propagandized so much more than we even have an inkling of. And you're a smart audience. You wouldn't be hanging out here talking about the stuff we're talking about if you weren't a smart audience. By the way, please invite some friends to the show. Grab the link, however you're watching it, and text a couple of your buddies real quick and go, hey, I'm live watching this show. You should join us in the chat room. Hang out for a little while. We're going to talk about what's going on in the news. Can anyone do that? Grab a link to the show and invite a couple smart friends. We need more smart people thinking about what's going on in the world. But we have been propagandized on a level that is, like I said, maybe it's always been this way. But my God, they made such a mistake giving us the internet. I think that was one of the topics I discussed when I was talking to John McAfee. I was like, yeah, the internet, as long as they'll let us keep it, because we can bust them now. The internet doesn't forget. Ask Coldplay. My goodness, what has Coldplay done? That whole story, I mean, yikes, right? Yikes. In a way, there is no more privacy. Oh, they ran Nixon out of town for Watergate. I'm not a crook. Okay. Watergate. Ask Edward Snowden what Obama and the deep state have been up to. Ask Snowden real quick. And look what you made him do. He ran to Russia. He had to run to Russia. Oh, Russia's the country that the United States won't stop fighting. Who's been controlling the United States? Do we have people in the U.S. doing it, or do we have proxies? Does someone have Trump by the sack and they're walking him around like they're leading Billy Bob Thornton out of the casino, out of the saloon in Tombstone? All right. Grabs his firearm and kicks him out into the street. Okay, you've been evicted from here. This is my place now. Let's go. Is someone controlling Trump? Is someone controlling our Congress? Is our Congress controlling, I guess, is our deep state controlling other satellite puppet regimes across the planet? What is really going on? Because in America, our dollar has lost purchasing power instead of gaining purchase power. That's theft. That's fraud. That's treason. They're robbing you, whoever they are. You need to keep working harder and harder for less and less. What's the World Economic Forum plan? You'll own nothing and like it. I'll have a hamburger. No, I'll have a cheeseburger. You'll have nothing and like it. Easter egg question of the day. What is that quote from? Once again, those Easter egg quotes of the day are for even if you're watching after the fact. Type it in the comments. It's fun to know when you're glancing at it or when you're watching it that quote resonated with you, because once again, that's another way that my brain is wired. I'm in the middle of something and bam, someone throws a Nerf ball and I got to reach out while staying focused on one thing. I got to reach out and grab it. And there's a Wii balance board game. Once again, I like video games, but you do Wii Fitness or something. It's like you have to stay focused in one spot. You have to read something, but then you have to shift the balance at the same time, but you only shift based on what your brain is comprehending. Is it above 5 or below 5? It's like agility and awareness tests, so you can kind of just stay sharp and stuff. But yeah, someone throws the Nerf ball, I catch it. So we're unpacking the news, trying to figure out just how bad the propaganda network has always been, or it is right now. Hello there, Amber. Are you an Amber that we know? There was an Amber in the show the other day from Twitch, I believe. There's also an Amber from one of my reoccurring text message threads about CA, about protecting the kids from the demons on Capitol Hill and beyond. How many hundreds of thousands of kids did Biden, Harris, Obama, Mayorkas, how many hundreds of thousands of kids have disappeared, and for what purchase? For what purchase? For what purpose? I think I was trying to say. Anyway, hello, Amber. Whichever Amber you are. One that I know, or one that I know, or one that I don't know. Amber's a good song by 311, by the way. All right, we're going to talk about Stephen Colbert. We're going to talk about, was this because of the Epstein list? Huh? Was this about the Paramount lawsuit? Oh, there's connections. Oh, there's a lot to unpack, and there's a lot of, Let's break it all down on today's episode of the TNAM Daily Show, a division of the Agree to Disagree show here on the New American Media. Fill up your cup of coffee. Let's go.
Your guide to the truth, thenewamericanmedia.com.
That is funny. We were talking about all the fake news and the propaganda. One of the comments saying, "Did you hear NASCAR driver lied about the new steel? He now wants the last lap of the white flag to be changed to another color." I did a quick search while we were talking, and that's not it. Let me provide context there. The claim that Bubba, and that's what we do here. We're here to unpack the conversation. If we hear things and see things, let's double check. Is that a fair representation? Is that accurate? Or is there like some truth or partial truth? I hope in a way, I've always considered myself to be a bit of an educator. Something maybe I should consider doing, maybe on a college level, becoming a professor. I have thought about that a lot. I really do enjoy teaching people. But mainly I'm teaching myself here. So as you people, the regulars, as I call you, you are the regulars. It's probably the best way to say that. I've been a bartender long enough. You guys are regulars, guys and girls. But as you bring things up, this is the process of me unpacking. Let me see what I can learn about that. What is the context of that? I'm not familiar. Let me look into it. Okay. So, by the way, just the claim that Bubba Wallace called for NASCAR to ban the white flag, which signifies the final lap of a race, due to alleged racist connotations, is false. The rumor originated from a satire post on a Facebook page called Elite Gridiron in June of last year. Oh, no, in June of this year. Falsely attributing a quote to Wallace, suggesting he wanted the white flag removed because of its supposed association with the Confederate flag or with white people. Fact-checking sources, including Snopes and Lead Stories, you can't trust Snopes either, but we're just getting a quick once-over. Grok doesn't know everything, but if Grok is wrong, tell me how Grok is wrong. That's the ongoing conversation I want this to be. If Grok is wrong, and we have found Grok to be wrong many times, but if Grok is wrong, let's correct Grok. No evidence Wallace made such statements or believes the white flag has racist undertones. All right, but there's more. However, Wallace has discussed the white flag in a different context. In February 25, he proposed a rule change to address inconsistent NASCAR rulings on caution flags during races, particularly after controversial finishes like the Daytona 500. He suggested that NASCAR should not make the white flag the definitive final lap if a caution occurs, advocating for restarting the race to avoid chaotic endings. This was about improving race fairness, not about the flag's symbolism. Additionally, Wallace does have a history of advocating for change in NASCAR, notably his successful 2020 push to ban the Confederate flag from races, which sparked significant debate but was unrelated to the white flag. So, no. Look. This is perfect. This is the perfect moment to have a conversation. Patriot Warrior, teach me, teacher. How you like them apples? We're in this together. I am mainly teaching myself. And when comments come up and when something strikes my spidey senses as, let me see the confirmation of exactly what we're talking about. That's not just this bubble wall. I do this 30 times a day. I mean, come on, more than 30. We don't know what we're watching. We're doing the best we can. But, I want someone to kind of correct me if I put something out there that's not entirely accurate, or it's based on what a lot of other people are saying, but it's not something that's been confirmed. It's just a conversation about what a lot of people are talking about. It's just good to be accurate as much as possible, to be intentionally forthright. I've done it before and I'll do it again because I'm incapable of remembering everything about everything all the time. I'm sorry. I'm not smarter than Grok, faster than Grok. I have to look things up occasionally. I forget things that I just looked at sometimes. And then sometimes I'll remember something that nobody can believe anybody would remember. Like, why do I know that the order of the flag? Oh, that's a good question of the day. Question of the day. And by the way, these questions of the day are good opportunities to. It's a check-in point. Just jump over to the computer. Maybe you have the show on and you're doing something on the. Okay, two questions of the day. One, What do you do when you're watching this show? Do you do other things? Do you sit at your desk? Are you, I mean, I couldn't imagine people are, fingers crossed, completely hypnotized by this show. I imagine you're doing something else. So that's a question of the day. What do you normally do when this show is on? But the chance to check in on a question of the day is, it's like a pulse check. But it's a way to keep the show interactive. I don't want this to just become a diatribe where I spill my thoughts at you. I think what makes it fun is being able to jump back and forth between your comments, your jokes, your information. And please correct me if something I'm saying is better articulated a different way. I'll claim that most of the things that I'm saying, I'm trying to believe that they are true. I'm not trying to believe that they are true. I'm trying to say the things that I believe to be true almost all of the time. It's really a premier way to operate. If you're not sneaking around, you don't have to feel ashamed at the Coldplay concert, right? And if you want to be a part of a relationship that's going to be open, then own it. And if you're sneaking around and that's not okay, then end it. Like, come on. Like, it's a better operating system. Wasn't that Lincoln that was attributed? They said, like, if you don't lie, you don't have to remember, you don't ever have to remember what you said or something. Butchered that quote. It was much more poignant how it was written down. But Patriot Warrior says, how funny. I heard this Bubba Wallace story on my local news. Shame on them and shame on me. And what I'm saying is, it's okay, man. They should have a channel, a vessel, a reception point where a comment could be made, an email could be sent, or a correction could be provided so that they could do an update. We're all unpacking this together, or it's just propaganda. If I have every answer and I'm just telling you this is the way you're believing and this is the product you should buy and this is the nation you should support and these are the groups that we need to bomb and this is the people you need to go into debt to give them your money and you need to allow an open border and you need to allow your culture to be changed and you need to allow the language to be changed and you need to allow the makeup of this country to change and you need to allow everything about your society to be flipped upside down. You should be okay with land grabs in Maui in California. You should be okay with setting toxic spills on fire in Ohio. You should be okay with weather modification, the Texas floods, the North Carolina Hurricane Helene damage. You should be okay. We're going to set the tone and the tempo and the rules, and you're just going to be okay. Fuck that. That's not how this works. This is a participatory exchange where we're seeking the best ideas, trying to find the best ideas. Is Trump on the list? Is Trump not on the list? Do you have the list? Tell me what you got. Look, what is the list? There is no list. There is no spoon. These are not the droids you're looking for. There's that issue. And then there's about 1,000 things that have changed in our government since we've had a regime change away from what many felt was a stolen regime of Biden for the past 4 years, the deep state. Social media tech overlords, the censorship state, the totalitarian state, the group that unleashed COVID, the group that made the most money on the cure, in air quotes, who then in turn paid for all the advertising that paid for the inflated salaries for people like Stephen Colbert to propagandize you through ABC, ESPN, Disney. Oh yeah, guys and girls sports, totally the thing we're into now, says ESPN, ABC, Disney. Oh, I don't recall us voting on that or agreeing that that makes sense. In fact, the whole existence of a women's category suggests there's an obvious difference between dudes and chicks. No hate, just honesty. Water is wet. The sky is above. The earth is below. But we have been hammered. We have been abused and tortured by the overlords who were telling us the way the future was going to be. Sorry, fatty, you're done with food. You don't get to eat red meat anymore. You know, the thing that's maybe the best for us. No, you're just gonna eat bugs. Yeah, you're gonna eat crushed up caterpillars and crickets. Yeah, you're gonna hunt and peck around like a chicken. And we are going to dominate and rule over you because we are your debt overlords. We are your master. You are our slave, say the banksters, say the deep state, say the globalists, say the New World Order, say the demons, say the monsters, say the slave owners who look at you like cattle, who look at you. I know I'm totally mixing those metaphors there because I'm trying to eat cattle and then we are cattle. But what is it? Is it because there was an intergalactic visitation to this planet and they needed to mine for the resources? Say people like Zachariah Sitchin, who I got to see a lecture from back in the day, which was great. Or people like Erich von Däniken, who I met, and he was in a bit of an agitated state that day, or maybe extra suspicious of having so many people over around a campfire hanging out talking. I don't know. I'd like to reintroduce myself to. Is he still around? Is he still with us? Erich von Däniken. I was there with Georgios Tsoukalos and what was his first name? Mahudi, one of the tribal elders, the people you'd see on the Coast to Coast AM shows. We were all hanging out or on Ancient Aliens. That was a wild night. Good God. The stories I've accumulated over the years. But I mean, is that what Earth is? It's just we are the cattle, and that's the way this is supposed to be, and you shouldn't question your masters much. Kind of, isn't that the story of the Garden of Eden? Just do as you're told. Do as you're told. I'm the all-knowing God. And if you want knowledge, then I'm going to reject you. What do you mean knowledge? Is that knowledge of like that I don't want to be dominated and abused by the ruling powers that be? The alien overlords, the governmental overlords, the religious overlords. At the end of the day, what's the difference if they merge all three of those together? The religion and the government and the spiritual context, right? So yeah, a lot of converging thoughts this morning. But the point of it all is, when you said shame on me, there's no shame on you. No shame. We're all unpacking this together. And look, there's kernels of truth. Bubba Wallace has worked on to get the Confederate flag banned. So that there is some partial Bubba Wallace flag connection, but it's also important to know that it was a satire site. It's like someone reported the Babylon Bee as though it was a real story. It's a comedy site. It's a joke. We need to be discerning in that. So, all right, let me ask. Quote of the day, same as the post on YouTube. That would require me to remember which of the 7 quotes of the day, or I'm sorry, question of the day. I read that wrong. Which question of the day you're responding to, because I don't remember how many I've asked. And the answer is the same as the post on YouTube. I don't remember which post on YouTube is being referenced there. Can you rephrase that to Patriot Warrior Texas? But anyway. There we go. On YouTube. Now I'm looking at the other screen. There we go. Question of the day. I'm working 2 a.m. to 5 p.m. Listen and learn while working. That's awesome. What is it that you do, John Boy? Listen and learn. See, that's why I'll cut the grass and I'll put on Scott Adams. I'll cut the grass. I'll listen to the whatever. I want to catch up on what's going on. I want to get some takes on the news as well. All right, Amber here. What's Amber got to say? Oh, CAD drafting. All right, that sounds technical. CAD. That's what? Computer code? Computer aided design. What is the stuff that you design? Do you do architecture or other? All right, Amber, jumping into the comments of the day. By the way, thanks for taking us on that tangent with Bubba Wallace. And that's cool because, like, if people are talking about things, let's discuss it. And if there's context we should all know, we all level up. The fewer times we repeat fake news, the quicker we can shut down the propagandists like Stephen Colbert, who are feeding us garbage. ABC, ESPN, Disney feeding us garbage. Fox feeding us garbage, etc. Oh, yeah, I said Fox. We'll get to that in a moment. All right, let's give Amber her time. There aren't videos and a bunch of pictures of Stephen Colbert hanging out and palling around with Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, let's see if the photo that I saw this morning is an accurate photo. Uh, um, there's the vaccine. Now, is this real? Let's talk about it. Here we go. Here's Stephen Colbert. And who's that? Is that Chester Bennington's dad or is that Podesta? I don't know. Let's read this a little bit. This is a Jeff Kravitz Getty image, allegedly. Is this that comedian from that improv show in the back? I don't know. Liz Crokin. Let's learn about this together. Let's see what this picture is, Amber, since you bring up photos. Stephen Colbert, close pal of John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, cancels late show episodes. Stephen Colbert canceled a week of, this was 2 years ago. Had an emergency appendectomy in quotations. The timing coincidental. Oh, okay. Remember that Italian food and the Watergate scandal? When you put those together? The recount editor Slade Somer, who debunked that Gate story about the Italian circle triangle food and was also pals with John Podesta, was arrested for CP. The recount editor, says Liz Crokin. Elon commented on Italian circle triangles, exposing his 165 million followers to the truth about Italian circle triangles here on X. The FBI confirmed that pizza is a P code word for dirtbag kid abusers. As Liz Crokin said in episode 8 of Vampire Hunter, Somer was another media bitch for John Podesta and Hillary Clinton, who did their bidding by covering up Italian circle triangles. Trust me, this was definitely a story that Google YouTube did not like me reporting on. Oh, I remember. Oh, they do not want information getting out. Even having conversations. Conversations are forbidden. So is Stephen Colbert covering up Italian circle triangles? Colbert has been covering up PG for years, including mocking and slandering Liz Crokin on this show in December. Not only is Colbert also friends with John Podesta, right here. He took orders from the Clinton Foundation, their fake charity front that they use as a cover for trafficking children, allegedly. In 2016, WikiLeaks revealed that the Colbert Report was colluding with the Clinton Global Initiative years before Hillary's campaign was officially launched. In an email from Craig Minassian of the Clinton Global Initiative to Podesta, according to Liz Crokin, Minassian brags that Colbert's show aired 2 episodes that he had them do. Episodes were focused on presenting the Clinton Foundation in a positive light. It's pure propaganda. I hope you get a chance to see the Colbert Report's 2 special episodes I had them do about CGIU that we taped in St. Louis this weekend, Minassian wrote. This is the link to last night with a sketch about commitment and the monologue and WJC Bill Clinton interview. I aired Monday. Hope you enjoy and look forward to your feedback. Next will be your Colbert appearance. Colbert is sick in the head, but sick in the hospital? Doubt it. So let's ask the question. Oh, here's a link to the emails. They've provided the source. And it's providing the source that I wanted to get back to. When I began... Okay, that's not how I did this. I specifically swapped these so that I could be in that frame. No, I'm not. Okay, that's not working. Okay, there we go. Close enough. My lack of evidence doesn't make me wrong. That's the quote that I referenced earlier, and I don't think I even bookended that. I didn't button that up. My lack of evidence doesn't make me wrong. I've never been paid or coerced to lie to you a single time. Not a single person has ever coerced me, bribed me, blackmailed me into giving you something that I didn't believe to be worth discussing or that I didn't believe to at least be potentially true. I mean, come on. We don't even know who we are and how we got here. We don't even know the basic building blocks of what this is. Is this experience called Earth a video game? Or are we just cattle to some intergalactic time traveling advanced race and we're just here to mine for gold? Because it's missing in their bodies. It needs to be ground up as dust and consumed, or it needs to be part of their atmosphere or some shit. And the Anunnaki came down, the beings from the heavens descending from chariots of fire, so that they could take the Cro-Magnon man, the ape-like thing, the humanoid thing that was here, splice in a little bit of their genetic material, which is why there's no missing link on a pure chain of evolution. And they made us smart enough to use the machines, but dumb enough to not question why they get to be our overlord, our master, our slave owner, our God. That's the story of the Anunnaki. In part, there's a lot to it. We don't even know the main basic building blocks of what's even happening here. Is this just a computer simulation, a video game? And we're trying to level up. We're going to be, all right, I'm going to play this awesome new video game. It puts you in these like real tough, situations and choices. And what are you going to choose to do? And how are you going to, like in Avatar, you're wearing the avatar and you're on the planet and you're engaged in a military exercise, but you're just in an avatar. You're walking through Earth in this meat suit, this costume, this human costume, How many times have you looked at a politician and wonder, is that just a robot in a human costume? We thought that about Biden. Is that an actor? Is that someone wearing a Biden mask? What are we even watching? 3, 4, 5 different versions of Biden. Trump hinted at that, sharing some of that stuff, maybe just because it's interesting or because it's funny, or maybe because that's actually what happened. Imagine you buy the catalog of Michael Jackson or the Beatles or Snoop Dogg or, I'm sorry, Tupac. I'm trying to think about artists that are no longer around. And then you just control that intellectual property forever, and it goes on the road, and you go to live concerts. Maybe you have a live backing band performing with them, or it's them as holograms. We saw Tupac performing on stage at Coachella as a 3-dimensional image. We saw that. We all saw that. Project Bluebeam. You're going to put Muhammad, or you're going to put Jesus Christ, or you're going to put some deity in the sky. Shiva. And you project a 3-dimensional image, and to the devout, to the believer, that will be their sign that it's time. There's a return of such and such. Also, the Anunnaki, or they return every now and then, and they collect their gold, which is why we toil for worthless, fake, pretend money called Federal Reserve notes. Because in 1913, our money supply was stolen from us by banksters, our betters, our rulers, our owners, our masters, because we are merely slaves. Here's your social security number. Report to work and give us half of it, please. And by the way, when I said please, I said now. Oh, that's what I meant. I meant now. Oh, we need to coerce you a few different ways. All right, we got 6 ways from Sunday, says Chucky Schumer of the deep state coming after you to fuck with you, right? Do as you're told, or else what? Well, or else JFK, or else Trump at Butler. I don't know. Or else what? Or else Glenn Greenwald is doxxed in an attempt to embarrass and discredit him. David saying what we think is history seems to all be a lie. Oh, what's up, Bella's Chance? Ah, looks like a young Podesta does it. Yeah, see, that's what I was unpacking here. But look, this moment here where well, it says John.Podesta at Gmail. They're sharing a firsthand documentarian. Hold on. They're showing a firsthand document that proves some of the allegations in here. But yeah, that is a young Stephen Colbert, and that appears to be a Podesta. So let's ask a question of Grok, shall we? Let's ask, is there a verified photo of Stephen Colbert with John Podesta? Do you know about Podesta? Do you know about his emails? Do you know about the laptop? Do you know about Huma and Hillary? Do you know? Don't type it in the comments because you're not allowed to. But do you know? Do you know what we're talking about? Yes, there is a verified photo of Stephen Colbert with John Podesta from the 10th annual U.S. Comedy Arts Festival in 2004, showing them together with Drew Carey. Oh, I hope Drew Carey's not a bad guy. I like Drew Carey. It's available through Getty Images, credited to Jeff Kravitz Film Magic. Well, look, Liz Crokin is providing the receipts. So someone like this gets a little bit more credibility for putting this stuff out, and it's maybe a good day to look backward. You know, here's the conundrum I face with you today. How much of this do I want to show? Because these are golden clips with important context. But I did actually just get a copyright claim through Facebook because we aired the Al Jazeera footage of the Israeli attack yesterday. It's fair use. We're covering a breaking news story. But when it comes to ABC and filing copyright claims, if I play too much of Colbert, might want to dial that back for a second just to avoid some unnecessary hassle. But I'm going to leave the clips for you to watch on X. So make sure you're following us on X. We're at American_media_. We're on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat. Our podcast is on Spotify and Apple Podcasts at The Agree to Disagree Show. We're also on, let me put it up on the screen here, and I'll get back to Amber for a second. She wanted me to do a deep dive into the connections of photographs with Stephen Colbert. The New American Media is on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odysee, Twitch, Kick, DLive, and YouTube under the New American Media. Link up with us, everybody, and at American_media_ on X. For anyone out there enjoying the show, we are on Patreon. If you want to sign up for as little as just $5 a month, set it and forget it. Patreon takes a bit of a fee. Yeah, I don't know, 50 cents or something. But it's a donation link where our crowd-funded show can continue. The more that we're funded, the more that we can keep doing this in the way that we are doing it. The way that we've settled on is a way that it's a way that works for a lot of you. It's a way that works for me. It's a way that works in the ecosystem. Now it needs to work, with the foundation. Like I said, we're not sponsor driven. Although when I do become sponsor driven, it'll probably be like for coffees and firearms and just, hey, here's a good thing that's out there, and they support the show, and I support you researching if you think that would be a good fit for you. I mean, hopefully that would be the end of the coercion involved with taking corporate sponsors. But at the bottom of the screen, just a reminder, those are the links. We're on Patreon. Thank you to everybody who signed up, and thank you to everybody who has not yet but will sign up. Patreon at the New American Media. We do have a tip jar if anyone's enjoying their time. If you're watching on Rumble, we have the Rumble Rant. You hit the $sign and you link your account up so you can just shoot $1 over. You can shoot $2 or $5 or $10 or $50 or whatever. It's a tip jar through Rumble, which is cool because I want to support a network like Rumble after all the abuse that we've taken from YouTube, Google. We were monetized. We were making money. We were We were doing well on ad revenue, and they zapped us because the PewDiePie adpocalypse. They used that as an excuse to funnel more money to ABC, ESPN, Disney, and other authoritative sources. No, only we have the authority to report on the news, so only they may get their Chevrolet advertisement penny donations to their site. No, you're not allowed to make money covering the news. Only we may. ABC, ESPN, Disney, CBS, Fox, CNN, MSNBC. Oh, yeah. The big propaganda networks are allowed to still make money through Google, private company Google, DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, Creation, Origin, Overlap, Venn diagram. No, these are gatekeeping sites. They're shit sites. They hate you. They think you're stupid. They think you're going to get, then they think you're going to keep using them. And then Rumble pops up as an alternative. I'm like, yes. But we need to grow on Rumble, and it's it's a challenge growing on new platforms sometimes, but we're doing it. So yeah, thank you to everybody who send Rumble rants, and if you have not signed up to do that yet, it only takes a moment or two, and it's a cool way to toss something in our tip jar. Thank you. But yeah, Rumble's a cool company. It's like how YouTube used to be back in 05, 06, before Google ruined it and turned it into a propaganda network. They're a platform, not a network. Yeah, they're editors. When they're censoring content, they become editors. You can't have the Section 230 protections as both a platform and a publisher, but they keep trying to double dip. I want protection here, protection there, but it's like Big Pharma wants government to force people to take their product, and then they also want to remain shielded by a liability protection that says, oh, if something bad happens, you can't come at us. I mean, we're only the ones that created it, right? What? Who the fuck had to be bribed to put that into law? I mean, we are emerging from a weird, dark time. But there are signs of healing. There are signs of growth. We did see President Trump win his big lawsuit against Paramount. Colbert, flipped out about the results of that lawsuit settlement, and then they got rid of Colbert just days later. We've seen reversals in policies. ESPN hired Shane Gillis to host the ESPYs. It's culturally significant. So when we were talking about sports yesterday, and maybe Deb, not from San Francisco, if it's sports, put it last. But yeah, I get it. Don't care about sports, and I don't think you care about sports either, Patriot Warrior, since Colin Kaepernick took a knee to try to turn the national anthem into, no, that's about me now. No, and that's about you being bad. How about get the fuck out of here and do it on your own time? How about do it during the game or after? The national anthem ain't about you and your pet causes and your miscalculations and your slanted anger and outrage to stir phony racial division in this country where it's not necessary. You're twisting and misinterpreting the data and statistics to try to turn America, and by proxy me, by looking the way I look, into a demon and a monster. And I'm not going to tolerate it, Colin Kaepernick. Not a fan of it. The national anthem is a moment for something bigger than you. Sit down, shut the fuck up. And by the way, Muhammad Ali, you want to do your thing. You want to be a civil rights leader. You want to be an activist. You want to stand up to being sent to the draft and the war. I'm all for that. Joining the Nation of Islam and becoming militant. I'm not a fan of that. We can agree and disagree, and we can have our moments, and we can still be authentic to who we are and articulate that. But during the national anthem, now I'm taking a knee. Look, I'm grandstanding. No, turn the cameras on me, not on the American flag. No, this is about me, and this is about America being bad and white people being bad and sports being bad and everything's bad, and I want to be the champion to stir this shit up. That was the Obama doctrine. That was the ESPN, ABC, Disney, Obama, LeBron James, Bubba Wallace, sports, politics, vomit. Bruce Jenner, Caitlyn Jenner. No. This is what's accepted now. We must now support this thing. It's fine for biological men. By the way, you don't need to say biological for men. Men are men. You can't use the language of the people who are trying to warp the language today. Men beating up on women in sports. ESPN, ABC, Disney seem to take a massive stance against Sage Steele. And there was another lady that was fired who I just scrolled. Was it Michelle Beadle or somebody else? I'm forgetting the lady's name on ESPN that was just fired. And she said, I spoke up about this and they fired me recently after. ABC, ESPN, Disney, they are vomiting this woke stuff at you. And that doesn't mean that compassion is bad. But like Dave Chappelle asked, to what degree are you going to compel my participation in your self-identity project? To what degree are you claiming I must participate in regurgitating everything that you believe to be true today? You don't have the right for that. You don't have the rights to me. You don't have the right to do that to me. So this is what we're talking about, emerging from a really strange. But look, it's powerful. We have seen a lot of positive progress made. And what's the one thing that took Trump down the first time? Well, I mean, I guess it was COVID, of course. That took the world down from what I believe to be a possibly intentional lab release from Fauci's Wuhan lab. Yeah, we can call it Fauci's Wuhan lab. He funded it. They offshored gain of function research, doing the shit we said it's too dangerous to do. Stop doing it. They go, oh, well, I'm gonna, wasn't it Obama that outsourced torture through rendition into Africa? So it's like, all right, no, we're not torturing people. We don't violate the Geneva Convention. No, we don't torture people. Yeah, you're paying the people who are doing it, which means you're doing it. You don't get to absolve yourself of that culpability, pal. You're doing it. And that's what they did. They offshored all the censorship. And they had idiots like Stephen Colbert pushing this stuff. Oh, if you don't say exactly the right thing about vaccines and vaccine mandates and the 2020 debacle at the ballot box, oh no, you should be deplatformed. You should be taken off social media. These hacks were the ones going along with that line of abuse. So yeah, are we happy? Oh, you do land surveying drafting in Texas. Is that for oil companies or that's for real estate or what is that? That's interesting. And do you ever try to buy places that might likely have gold deposits or mineral deposits and negotiate the land rights and stuff? I've always been interested by that. Talking to Patriot Warrior Texas over here. But yeah, we're looking at people like Stephen Colbert with open eyes. Because once you start dancing, once you become the dancing monkey, you don't stop dancing. Once LeBron James started going woke with whether it was Trayvon or Mike Brown or pick your fake story of the day or all the outrage over this. And it was like he was just getting talking points from the ABC, ESPN people who were giving Stephen Colbert his talking points, the Obama people that were writing this stuff, coordinating this stuff, the Juicy Smollett, the framing jobs, the hoaxes. 51 intelligence officials say that the Russian laptop has all the classic earmarks of Russian propaganda, Russian disinformation. By the way, we're going to war with Russia, whether you like it or not, because Victoria Nuland, the deep state, Obama, Biden, Harris, that is our plan, that is our mission, and we are going to push for that regardless, even if it sets off a nuclear World War III. There are people in the bureaucratic administrative deep state that say, no, we transcend the administrations. They're just a talking head. Trump, Obama, Biden, it doesn't matter what you think. You're elected to this position. You're the CEO of our corporation, and our board of directors calls the shots. And we're the Council on Foreign Relations. We're the World Economic Forum. We're the New World Order. We're this group, that group, the other group, whatever. We're pulling the strings. We're calling the shots. Ring a bell and I'll salivate. How'd you like that? Bare Naked Ladies sang about that. You can call me Pavlov's dogs. Great band. Saw them live. They were such a good show. that's what we're unpacking. That's what we're fighting here. And we're trying to figure out who's framing who and for what. And it sure seems like, at least in my interpretation, it seems like there's a lot of framing going on. So anyway, yes. Let me close that window over here. So those are the tip jar links, Venmo, Cash App, at BrianEngelman, and PayPal. We are fuzz installment at yahoo.com. In lieu of me going to a 3-minute ad read, I'll occasionally ask you to consider donating to the show. Okay. Let me go off of that and go to this one, scrolling at the bottom of the screen now. For countervailing views on health and elections, go to cdc.gov, who.int, and cisa.gov/rumor control for countervailing views. Because people like Stephen Colbert, ABC, ESPN, Disney, the Deep State, Fox, and all of the lying legacy media and the corrupt social media companies that censor and silence and demonetize people like us, well, I want to make sure you know that they have countervailing views saying people like me are crazy. It's gold. Here's an Easter egg question of the day. What did I just... Gold. Do you know what movie that's from? Italian Pie Entry. Yes, Nick Adams. That's pretty close. Bella's Chance. I don't recall your name. You're over there in the Cape. You like it when I call you Bella, but I forget your name. I'm trying better. And I also forget my buddy down in San Antonio, Unholy Hoax, when he comes in. I've been meaning to ask you. I know where you are. You're in the Cape. I know you're Bella. I know your backstory about rescuing the cat. But I forget. I think I asked you your name once. You told me once, and then I forgot it. And I do forget some things. I'll keep calling you Bella if I keep failing. But so Amber continues. There aren't videos and a bunch of pictures of Colbert hanging out and palling around with Jeffrey Epstein. So is there a connection to Epstein? Oh yeah, here's more pictures. Stephen Colbert. Oh, am I sharing the right screen? Can you see it? Let me go this way. There you go. Guess I could do... No. Let me try it this way. No, I'll go full screen. My kingdom for a producer. Drew Carey next to this creep. Doggone. Stephen Colbert has been dragged into Italian... What did you call it? Italian Pie Entry. And he has a message for conspiracy mongers. Oh, God. Okay, I don't want to look at that. And yeah, we know about that. Oh, God. All right. Well, look, people. We got a lot to unpack. Remember when I said... Hold on. Let me just finish with Amber here. Amber says there aren't videos and a bunch of pictures of Colbert hanging out and palling around with Epstein, so I don't really like him. He didn't even write Epstein a weird birthday card. Weird birthday card. So back to the fake news. Do you believe that President Trump wrote a weird birthday card? I mean, based on what reason would you believe? Liz Crokin showed you what appears to be an email screenshot and a literal photograph of Podesta and an email about Podesta. Okay, she showed her work. Amber, did you show your work? Did you... The story that you're referencing that's perhaps trying to frame President Trump for sending a birthday card to Jeffrey Epstein, as far as I can tell, is completely uncorroborated. And I don't believe... Sid Vicious. There we go. Sid from Siddhartha from India. I don't know. Or Sid from Toy Story. Well, if we're talking about Epstein and we're talking about the island and we're talking about... Why not Tom Hanks? Why not work in Woody, huh? No, let's not. Because that's uncorroborated. But what about the weird birthday card story, Amber, feels credible to you? I put your quote on the day. I'm sorry. I put your comment on the board. Let me say it that way. I put your comment on the screen here. Okay, Patriot War saying if it has land, we'll survey it. So just basically anything, commercial, residential. Okay, interesting. So yeah, guys, David, Bella, you got to help me. Well, I can't ask Bella. David, Nick Adams, everybody else, you need to remember Sid. If I forget again, remind me. Go, that's Sid. Remember, it's a kid from Toy Story. The neighbor. Isn't it the neighbor kid, Sid? The sadistic kid? Sid, the sadistic kid. No, I'm not going to give you that nickname. That's unfair. Sid, Bella, Sid Bella, Sid Vicious. All right. Anyway. But yeah, Amber, I'm looking at this Epstein birthday card story, and it looks like another case of Trump is going to sue the shit out of them. It looks like another frame job, and it doesn't. It feels as believable as Trump was peed on in a Russian hotel through the Steele dossier paid for by Clinton and Obama and the deep state, all collaborating to put this whole thing together, to use it as evidence, to claim that Trump is compromised so that you can spy on him and everybody in his inner circle, so that you can get dirt to try to destroy him, so you can keep fucking power in the United States of America and keep dominating the globe, opening our borders, pushing our jobs away, devaluing our currency, and fucking up everything you touch. You know, remember when I said Watergate and Nixon? It's a big nothing burger compared to what Snowden's been telling us they've been doing to our Fourth Amendment since the Patriot Act, since the National Defense Authorization Act, since fill in the blank. Good guys, bad guys. And is it possible that they're all part of something really gross that's like, listen, whether you're into this thing or not, we all do it. And the reason we do it is because then we can trust that you're not going to step out of line. Because if you step out of line, you'll be exposed. But then you go, wait a minute, hold on. If I pull down the stack of Jenga, you'd never expose me for that, because then that would expose you. Like, no, nobody would ever hear that we're a part of that. And you're like, no, I don't think that's how that works. But it's just the threat of the exposure that keeps people quiet. And hasn't it looked like President Trump has been a little compromised lately? He's like, sure, I'll bomb Iran. I'll drop 6 bunker busters. Sure. Yes, I will. Epstein. Oh, there's nothing to see there. That's a hoax. It's a hoax. What the fuck do you mean it's a hoax? You're going to have to elaborate, pal, because we're not buying it. He looks like he's got a gun stuck to the back. He's like, so do Patel, so do Bongino, so do Bondi. Are they controlling all of the media, global politics, finance, through creepy, sadistic, disgusting, demonic activity? Yeah. We should have never not been allowed to talk about this when this story was out the first time. The Italian pie entry. I'm not saying it's true. But don't tell me about Epstein and then pretend there's no Epstein. Amber says Trump supporters lost friends and family because we supported someone who was found. This is hilarious. Oh, I think Amber's been here before. Now that I think about it, let me see. Because I found comments to be interesting before. Where's the comments? It won't let me open the panel to interact with people during the live stream. That's so weird. All right. Well, anyway. So Amber's turning this around, trying to flip this. This is one of the sock puppet accounts. You can tell by like the bulk of text, and here's our talking point of the day, and drop this in the comments to steer them off track or make them talk about this instead of the real things that we want to talk about. Hello, Marion Cook. Welcome, Marion Cook. Amber says, Trump supporters lost friends and family because we supported someone who was found guilty of felonies. That's hilarious. So you're saying the deep state framed Trump with Letitia James, Alvin Bragg, the other one, Fannie Willis, the crazy lady in New York that took the script from the lady that acts crazy, whether she is or not, took the script from Law and Order and put it into a case, and then they changed the laws to change statute of limitations just so they could take some pot shots at Trump and destroy him through the legal process to get people to lose faith, discredit, defame. But she's saying that that's found guilty of abuse. I agree. I don't want their support anymore is a strange phrase. And the fact of the hoax is a strange wording. Oh, I definitely agree with part of that. Yeah, David said what we think is history seems to be a lie. Hello, Nick Adams show. Nick Adams, when is your first show? David Band says 2,000 years ago, there were master builders, but now we build ugly boxes. Did you see that joke from Shane Gillis at the ESPYs? He says, Caitlin Clark, give it up for Caitlin Clark. He goes, yeah. I got, I have some similarities with Caitlin Clark. Like Caitlin, we're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes. Yeah. We're both whites from the Midwest who have nailed a bunch of threes. Hey, guys, I don't care who you are. That is a fantastic joke. That is just chef's kiss. Such a good joke. Oh, and I thought of that because you said ugly boxes. Sorry, I'm not going to make a joke about that. But that did remind me. And you're right. And I did point out the other day, I had my buddy Izzy in town. And we were at a baseball game and walking through the parking lot. I'm like, look around, dude. Do you notice this? Look at every vehicle. Everything's gray. Everything's black. A couple of white. I mean, maybe a handful of blue or green or yellow or orange or red or something. But like 90% of the cars are all exactly the same. When did we lose our flair, our design, our... Speaking of design, if you haven't seen the new Superman yet, and I think I'm going to go see it. Early reports of it being woke, I just think that was a misinterpretation or an extrapolation of the director's brother said something about immigration because Superman's an alien. So, I mean, literally an alien. You're an illegal alien. Okay, I mean, so that's part of the story. Watching The Boys, that's kind of the same thing. It's like, well, to what degree are you human? Are you superhuman? Who has authority over who? And part of the military or not part of the military? It's an interesting conversation. But yeah, just where'd the color go? Where'd the design go? The reason I brought up Superman is because they shot that film in Cleveland, Ohio, and they found a lot of Art Deco buildings from the awesome era. Cleveland created Superman. Superman was created by people from Cleveland. And so having that new movie shot there with the cool old architecture, there's really cool shots. If you watch it, pay attention to the buildings and the interiors and the arcade and some of these spots. It's really neat. It's like, yeah, we used to build our cities awesome. Now they're just big, stupid boxes. It's like, yeah, build a big, stupid box on Mars, make something very utilitarian, but, look at the cathedrals. Look at great architecture. Do that. Do something cool with yourselves, people. Sid saying Huma and Hillary amongst the sickest of them all. Yes, allegedly. And I think that's part of the frustration why we've been so angered by the Epstein list. It's like, bust them already. Holy shit. How much of a mountain of evidence is needed to just flip the cards over? Show us what we already know. Just Everything. Dump it all out on the table and flip it upside down. What do we know? Epstein is going to be a dartboard. Outer ring, middle ring, inner ring, bullseye. It's not going to be, are they on the list? Everybody's on the list. How many times was Clinton there? Curious what type of the Obama, where's the Obama overlap? And then George W. Bush. We've seen the pictures, the painting of George W. Bush in a dress throwing a paper plane at Twin Towers, 2 Jenga stacks or something. Bill Clinton in the blue dress, in drag. You know, like, we own you. I don't know, is that a Skull and Bones thing? Is that a New World Order thing? Is that a deep state thing? Is that a who controls who? Do you have to be bribed and blackmailed to be put in that position? It's like, hey, we'll let you in our club, and we'll make you wealthy beyond your wildest dreams, but it's just going to cost you a little bit. Well, I mean, okay, what? Well, brace yourself, because we don't give these awards out without strings attached, and in order to keep you in line, we got to get you on camera doing some certain stuff. And you know what? We'll make it easy. We'll even give you a drink. Put some drugs in here, some MK Ultra, some Operation Midnight Climax. We're gonna have a Diddy party, a freak off, and it's gonna be like this big orgy thing, and you're just gonna participate, and you're gonna have fun, and you're just gonna go along with it. Even if it seems weird, you're just gonna keep going along with it. And if it seems dark, you're just gonna go along with it. And we've all done it, and actually we're all gonna participate. And that way you're not gonna step out of line, because and how much of that's I want to know the mechanism of how did Epstein operate. You get him there for a big event, but nobody knows what's going on. Or once you get them hooked on the drugs, then they're fiending at your back door, and it's like feeding stray cats. You go, you shake the treats, and the cats all come running out of the bushes, like, oh my God, it's treat time, it's treat time. You got to get them hooked on child abuse first. You got to get them hooked on ridiculous orgies, and or maybe they've always been hooked on it, but they never knew until, I never knew I loved rhubarb pie until I got a taste of it. Now I must have it every day. It's the zombies and crackheads you see littering our formerly great streets, that these Democrat politicians have no self-respect enough to gently gather these people off the streets, put them into halfway houses so that they can get some assistance to get clean and off the streets. The ones that get it and want to get a way out of it, you should help those people and employ them to be the power washers who go around cleaning up the urine and the disgusting filth that our cities have turned into. Compare the beauty of the new Superman movie. No, I haven't seen it, but I keep watching interviews about it and seeing clips, and they keep referencing Cleveland architecture, which is awesome, being from Cleveland and such, outer Cleveland area. Take pride in that. You're supposed to take pride in your country. You don't just dump 30,000 people from parts unknown into wander around your city, stealing shit, creating crime, speaking different languages, holding totally different ideals, many of which hate this place and are actively working for a team who's trying to destroy it, that are actively funded by U.S. aid, allegedly, or some of these other non-governmental organizations. It's been an outright coup. It's a battle for what America is going to be or what it's not going to be. So yeah, there's a lot to unpack here. Nick Adams says, I used to love Bare Naked Ladies. Stunt was a great album. Oh my God. Yes. Some of that music from would we just say that's early 2000s? Fair to say that's late 90s to early 2000s. Oh man. Some great music. Blues Traveler. Go back and watch some Blues Traveler live. You want to see some sick musicians? Dave Matthews, watch their drummer and their horn section. It's like, oh my God. Society really did peak in 2000. And in 2001, the towers came down and the Patriot Act came in, and it's just been a global war on sanity ever since. Would Was that the peak of society? Blockbuster, pre-YouTube, pre-smartphone, awesome music. MTV still probably played some music on their networks, a little bit. Oh, the glory days. Got a back and forth with David about Sid. Yes. Sid Vicious. All right, Deb. Welcome, Deb, not from San Francisco. Says the birthday card story may be fake, but it's just another distraction that Trump is throwing out there because he doesn't want to be held accountable for dropping the Epstein case that he promoted. And okay, yep, that is a perspective that makes a lot of sense. Now, why would Trump promote disclosing the list and the case and getting to the bottom of it if he knew that he was on it? Why would he have ever put that out there? Hoping people would forget? Hoping that he could brush it off among all the, look at all these other great things I'm doing. Don't worry about that. It's like, pal. No. The best part about this, as you're talking to your friends, as you're out in the universe this weekend, that is one of the best points that you could make. About Trump, about Epstein. This proves that the cult of Trump, oh, they're cult members. Oh, MAGA, they're cult members. They just love Donald Trump. No. We love what Donald Trump has been doing on a lot of major fronts, such as putting a bouncer at the front door of your nightclub because too many Laken Rileys have been abused by dirtbags on our printed list of do not let this known monster ever into our club again. And actually, I do forget. I want to be accurate. I don't know if the guy who killed Laken Riley, did the guy who killed Laken Riley, I'm sorry, let me do was the guy. I'm asking Grok. Was the guy who killed Laken Riley a known criminal when he entered the U.S. illegally? Did he already have a criminal record before he got here that we would have caught? There's no definitive evidence from available records that he had a known criminal history prior. Okay, so this wouldn't have helped Laken Riley. Name the cases of high-profile migrant crime criminals who abused or killed U.S. citizens who at the time of entry into the USA should have been screened out via background check. Is Grok going to be able to answer that? That was kind of a convoluted 3-line sentence. Okay, well, this is Laken Riley, but you just told me it wasn't Laken Riley. No definitive evidence he had a known criminal history in Venezuela or elsewhere prior to 22 entry. Once in the U.S., he had... Oh. Well, okay, he had documented criminal history in the U.S. in August of 23 in New York City for child endangerment and motor vehicle violation. Okay. That person gets removed instantly. You come into our country, be on your best behavior. Commit a crime, adios, muchachos. I mean, that's fair, right? But the question I'm trying to find, Rachel Morin case, mother of 5 in Maryland, illegally entered in 23 after being deported previously multiple times. Multiple times, at some point you put them in jail and you bill the country that they're from and say, this guy from your country won't stop sneaking in here. We are going to put him in a cage and you're fucking paying for it. Or you can put him in a cage and we want regular checkups to make sure that he's never let out. You pay for it or we're going to bill you 10 times. Get him the hell out of our country. There has been no common sense border control messaging. So the point I'm getting to is I'm doing some research. Rachel Morin, let's just start with that one. That's perfectly fine, right? Someone previously deported multiple times should have never been here. Yeah, we like that Donald Trump is putting a bouncer at the door to the nightclub so that fewer dirtbags are going to come in here and steal stuff, break stuff, abuse our women, and take the lives of anybody in here. Nope, never again. We're going to check your license and run a scan to find out if we have a known criminal history. Oh, you're previously deported several times. Right this way. We're going to put you in a cage. You're arrested because you're not getting the hint that you're not allowed here this way. You're sneaking through the back door of Disney. We gave you a slap on the wrist the first time. Well, guess what? You're going to jail now. There's been no common sense policies, which makes you question why the people who are in positions of power have the positions of power that they have. Are they just acting out the well wishes of the deep state? The bad guys who just want chaos. They want society in such chaos that they can just keep looting us for everything that they can. Well, game's up. Game's over. We're not playing this. All right, you won this game of Monopoly. Fun times. Turn your cards in. We're gonna do this again. No, I'm not going full Zoran Mamdani, communist socialist there. Not quite. But I'm saying that we're renegotiating the game. You want us to keep playing this game? All right, well, we're going to renegotiate the terms. We're on strike. We're going on strike. You're going to clean up your cities. You're going to keep the dirt bags away from us. You know what I mean? That's what we're trying to figure out as a society, how we want to handle this stuff. But yeah, why would Trump promote giving us the information of the Epstein case and then putting Bongino and Patel there and Bondi with the expectation that this is on the desk, we're going to release it, we're going to do all the things, and then just botch the delivery of whatever the past couple weeks have been? It's been awful. Oh, Lake Leon, you said you're waving at your sister. Is your sister Marion Cook? That's cool. Maybe. Deb says every time Trump opens his mouth or posts something on Truth Social, he loses support. He's talking like a narcissist. Yeah, Bella. Hey, girl. I know Bella was the name of the girl of the cat that Sid rescued in the Cape over there by Boston. Deb doesn't think Amber is a sock puppet. Well, usually when I start talking to people like Amber, they disappear from chat because they just have to show you a screenshot to like their US aid. They're like, hey, look, we've identified that the TNAM Daily Show gets together each day. We want to distract the show and take them off on the tangent we want. So copy paste this paragraph, copy paste this paragraph, take a screenshot, send it to me, and we'll give you $20. And they do this for 100 shows. That's been my understanding. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. No, I don't think Deb is invisible. What? No, I didn't do that. We got sisters, and then we got real sisters. That's awesome. We'll call Deb my sister. Sister, maybe take off the R. You have hard R's, and then you take the other R off. So sister. There's other words though. You don't drop the hard R on like radish. Anyway, Nick says for his show, got his green screen and his ring light. He's going to do his best to get something uploaded in the next week. Are you going to try to stream on a platform? Are you going to try to use Restream? How much do I pay for this? $70 a month. It's like I need to get $20 a month to break even on my Restream cost. It's like $800 a year. I'm trying to remember what the cost. I had to burn through $1,000 setting it up. But I know there's options out there that are free options or they're limited, or you just, $50 a month, something like that, $700 a year, $800 a year. Yeah, curious how you're going to get your show uploaded and going. You definitely don't need a restreaming platform service like this to do a show. But I mean, it gives you a lot of the basic infrastructure, which is kind of cool. Yes, we are all brothers and sisters, Deb, trying to figure out what's happening in this God-forsaken world. Cleveland man, up, up, and away. Deb still likes the original Superman with Christopher Reeve. Skiing and hitting some trees. Who wrote about that? Deb says the only part about Epstein that's a hoax is this new narrative that Trump is trying to push. Yeah, I need a definition, Trump. What about the Epstein story is a hoax? He wasn't blackmailing powerful people. Like, we know this to be true, don't we? Cards up on the table. Where's all this evidence? And if you're saying there is none, then we're saying that not you, but we're saying that the deep state took the evidence because the deep state runs on that fuel. They run on bribery and blackmail fuel. Talking about victims, how many people were taken to an Epstein event, a Diddy event? You go to a party or something, but then you're drugged. Would you feel guilty if you were date raped because you were roofied at a party, at a bar, and somebody slipped a Mickey into your drink, and you woke up sore with Bill Cosby snoring next to you? There's a lot of levels of abuse. It's not just you take a 5-year-old, you put a chain on them, you hook them to a wall, and then it's like, all right, go have an hour with this person, whatever you want to do. They're like, like, okay, that's obviously Game of Thrones style, disgusting, what the fuck is going on type territory. We know that. There's a lot of other territories too. Should you have known not to get in bed and swim with the sharks? You just got invited to a get together. You didn't know what was going on. People that were embarrassed or shamed, people that were drugged and abused on video. Passing somebody around. Wasn't Nancy Mace talking about that? I believe Nancy Mace was openly discussing how she was abused by an ex and she was drugged and abused on video, and then that video was shared with a whole bunch of people. And I mean, you should feel the shame of, my God, I can't believe I went through something so traumatic, but it's not something they were voluntarily doing. Oh, well, she should have known better. What? You're victim blaming now. Like, that's not cool. So, like, outer ring Epstein stuff, middle ring Epstein stuff. Outer, middle, inner, bullseye. I think we're mainly aiming for the people that are bullseye and inner ring, because they were trying to go after everybody. Oh, there were photographs with the person. Yep. That's part of how they get you. They get you the photograph of Prince Andrew, right? Don't need a video. You just need to release a photo. So yeah, what about this is fake? Or is somebody twisting your nuts, twisting your earlobe, and forcing you to say this, President Trump? I know, so let's talk about it. Yeah, Bill Clinton in his blue dress. Bella saying, you're so right, Brian. It's massive frustration from no justice at all. Oh, you said looks great. You think Bill Clinton... Okay. She says she thinks Bill Clinton looks great in his blue dress. Yes, the chrome. Yes, the chrome. We can't even say that word. There are certain third rail things that you can't do on Facebook, Instagram, Meta, Google, YouTube, because they're in on it. They hate you. They hate you. Or when we say they're in on it, no, they're just trying to stop the spread of dangerous misinformation and disinformation that could get people hurt. Look, there was some guy that went in and fired into the wall of that Italian circle triangle entry point place. People could have really been hurt. Look at that one thing that happened. No more talking about that. Nobody's ever allowed to talk about that again. Ignore all the emails about Podesta. Nah, bro, we ain't ignoring that shit. Yeah, we can support 100 of the past 110 things we've seen from President Trump's administration, fixing a lot of the big problems. But we're not done with that. We want an answer. We want the answer. We don't want an answer, and we don't want your answer. We want the answer. They're eating the cats and dogs. Yeah, war on terrorism, more like the war on freedom. Deb says it's not about Trump being on a list. He's trying to condone pedos and their crimes against. I, 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 I didn't hear him say that abusing kids is okay. I didn't hear that. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying, but I haven't heard him say that that's okay. The Democrats have said that. Oh yeah, they're just minor attracted people. No, they're maps. They're just maps. In fact, put them on a flag. Give them a make the plus stand for the minor attracted people. Oh, if you type the word grooming, you're not. You know what? We'll flag your content. And we won't let your content find a reach because they're actively doing that. Because if they weren't grooming, they wouldn't increase their numbers. If you're not advertising, how are you going to sell your product, huh? So yeah, I want to know about the crimes against humanity. And if there are nations and people involved, I want them to, like he's trying to sweep all of it under the carpet. Yeah. Or he tricked everybody into freaking out about it for 2 weeks straight so that everyone's screaming, give us the list. And he's gone. These idiots fell for it again. Release the hounds. And then the list comes out. I don't know if I think that's. I know that it's possible. Is it probable? I don't know. Is it likely? I don't think I would put it at 51% right now. I don't feel confident saying that that's likely what's going to happen. But he's also done a lot of good, and let's give him a second to cook. Let's see how it shakes out. I don't like any of the optics of how this has been rolled out. In fact, Susie Wiles needs to answer for this. The response has been so all over the place, unless this is exactly what they intended, to get as much attention on the issue as possible, to get all of the Democrats who are saying, no, it's okay to be attracted to minors. No, it's okay to. Bunch of creeps. You're saying only Democrats abuse kids? That is so rich. No, I didn't say that. But like they tried to add maps into like, it's okay. Love is love. Like, if I love a guy, can't I just marry a guy as a guy? If my friend's a girl and she wants to marry a girl, couldn't they just marry a girl? And you're like, well, that's not, there's operating protocols and the manner in which I was raised and things that I personally believe just inherently to be true. Things that I believe to be helpful, unhelpful, natural, unnatural, whatever the case is. That's my own personal choice. But on a certain level, your choice that impacts you, I don't know to what degree I need to participate in whatever it is you're going to choose to do with you. It's okay that you can believe what you believe and I believe what I believe. But I don't know if like actively opposing your right to do something is something I believe in, caring too much about, maybe. That was the big thing under Bush, right? Gay marriage. Like, no, it's not gay marriage. It's a civil union. A marriage is one man and one woman in the eyes of God. That's a marriage. And if a man wants to marry a man or a woman wants to marry a man, that would be called a civil union. That's something that is going to give you most of the similar things as a marriage, but it's just there's already a term for one man and one woman being married. It's called being married. The term for same-sex union should be a civil union, or just there's already a vegetable that grows out of the ground called a potato. There's already one that grows out of the ground called a carrot. Don't name them the same thing. They're not quite the same. There are enough differences where it's just a different thing. They're both vegetables. They're both edible. They're both grown in the backyard. You can whatever. So, okay, cool. All right. That was the big debate not too long ago. But now it's like, no, it's okay for like, no, we should like totally take little kids and turn them into like, take a little boy and try to turn him into a little girl. We should take a little girl and try to turn him into a little guy. What do you mean try to turn him into? He was born that way. She was born that way. They want this. They're not 18 yet. Let them decide what they want to permanently do to themselves when they are 18. Yeah, you need to be protected from Munchausen mommies and demonic doctors, I think. I don't think that's a terrible policy position. I think it's the only policy position that makes a bit of sense, because you could have weird, groomy teachers, weird, groomy, whatever, anywhere, abusers. And we've seen it over and over again. Kids need to be protected every day from all sorts of dangers. That could come from their family unit, could come from teachers, groomers. Let them make that choice when they get there. So yeah, I don't want to see any of this swept under the carpet. I want it dealt with. I'm okay if we don't deal with it like this exact second. I want to get to the bottom of it. It's been 6 years. Like, I need a better plan. I want to know, when will we deal with it? That's what I want to know. When is it going to happen? Calling his supporters stupid and bad and disloyal. Really bad look. Yeah. Attacking Thomas Massie because he doesn't want to add trillions of dollars to our national debt. Bad look, President Trump. Bad look. Very bad look. Sid saying no one escapes frustration. Sister. That means I can speak Siddharthian. Sister. That's a wicked pissa. Sister. All right, let's get to the stories. Volume.
Everywhere. My car's not braking. My car's not braking.
I firmly believe while we focus on these grand things that we can't control, to one degree, we can be vocal and we can try to, participate in the process. On another hand, there's only so much we can do, but there's a blend. I believe in preparedness immensely. So when I find a video that's very interesting for preparedness, in some ways, this is way more useful than yapping on about Epstein and Trump, because we don't have access to the files. We're speculating a lot here. But what would happen if this happened to you?
It's not braking!
You're driving your car and it's not braking.
The scenario is you're driving down the road and suddenly you realize your brakes aren't working.
Yeah, look up Michael Hastings, by the way. Easter egg, look up Michael Hastings and Project Bluebeam for today.
What do you do? Hi, I'm Allie, and I was an EMT at a fire department for...
And I followed Allie because I scrolled past and saw this video. So as you find yourself in scenarios, just what would you do? Just type real quick, what would you do if you were driving and your brakes aren't working? Like, what's the first thing that jumps into your mind? Like, what are you going to try to do?
Over 10 years. If you're driving down the road and you realize you've lost your brakes, use the emergency brake. We'll talk about that in a second. When I was younger, my babysitter, who happened to be an EMT as well, was driving down the road. Gas pedal got stuck to the floor and the car would not stop accelerating. In that situation, put the car in neutral. The car will allow you to go in neutral at any speed, and it will cause no more acceleration to go to the wheels, so you will slow down. When you are slow enough, like really slow, you want to pull the e-brake. In this clip, the woman doesn't know where her e-brake is. Always know where your e-brake is in your car. So put the car in neutral, pull the e-brake if you are going slow enough. Do not pull the e-brake when you are going quickly at all. But let's say you're going too quickly, you can't pull the e-brake, you put the car in neutral, then what do? Obviously, let your car naturally roll to a stop in neutral if at all possible. If you have to come to a stop, you want to hit something man-made. Do not hit a tree. Do not hit a tree. Never hit a tree. If you can ever avoid a tree, avoid a tree. Telephone poles are man-made. They are built to snap. Guardrails are built to crush. Bushes will slow you down. Of course, you don't want to crash unless you're going to crash. But if you're going to crash, do whatever you can to avoid a tree. Neutral, e-brake, avoid trees. Capiche? Stay safe out there.
Protesters everywhere. My car's not braking. My car's not braking. It's not braking.
The scenario is...
All right. That's great advice. Acronym NEAT. Neutral, e-brake, avoid trees, AT. But yeah, I don't know. Have you really given much thought to what happens if you stomp down and nothing happens? Was I watching Adam Carolla or Scott Adams? Something with Adam in it. Up and at them. Easter egg. What's that from? Up and at them. And they were talking about, like, in the movies, like, oh, On our movie of the week, somebody driving, my brakes, and then they go off the ravine. It's like, if your brakes weren't working, it's a fluid. If the fluid isn't compressing and it's not closing the what are they called? Not the calipers, or if the hydraulic fluid is cut in the line, it won't have enough. It'll just shoot the fluid out, the brake fluid, and it won't be able to compress, and your brakes won't, you'll go out of your driveway and just crash right there. Or maybe you weaken it somehow so that it fails sometime down the road. You just don't know when it'll be. But anyway, that's good advice. I'm a firm believer in preparedness. So as we find stories that help us get prepared, pretty good idea to be prepared under all circumstances. All right, are you prepared if you're living in Minneapolis, Minnesota? This is Omar Fateh, a Muslim Somali. Should you be able to serve as a mayor or a governor or a congressperson, if you're not born in the country? So here you go. And let's see what type of candidate is running to be elected in Minneapolis. We heard them being called
terrorists. We heard them being called drug dealers. We heard a lot of insults. We heard that they're a threat to our national security.
Is it not insulting to be a terrorist? Is it not insulting to be a drug dealer? Are you saying it's incorrect, or just there's no shame in those things? Because we're through the looking glass, people. The weirdest, stupidest, craziest thoughts are being promoted these days. So we really have to kind of slow down sometimes and ask, define your terms. What do you exactly mean by what are you getting at exactly? Let me just ask you this, and this. Oh, okay, now I get it.
And that's a flat out lie. You want to know who the real threat is, Madam President? I'll give you a hint. They don't look like our chief author. They don't look like the folks up in the gallery. They don't look like the folks on the rotunda. They look like many of the members that sit in the front. And you don't have to take my word for it. According to DHS, Madam.
He's going to try to pull up DHS under the weaponized justice system of Biden, Harris, with Obama pulling the puppet strings. This was never the case, but they framed it this way to demonize white people. Let's listen to what he's going to cite as his reference here.
President, the greatest domestic threat facing the United States comes from, quote, racially or ethnically motivated violent extremists, specifically those who advocate for the superiority of the white race, not our immigrants.
That was always the Obama doctrine, demonizing the white race. Oh, I know he's half white, allegedly, if we are fully convinced that we understand his background. Do we fully understand his background, where he came from, who trained him, where he was really born? Full form, birth certificate. We've all verified this. We've been able to, that should be public record, right? Even if it's Hawaii and their state says we don't normally release this type of, oh, wait. Yeah. It was Obama speaking through the sock puppet of Joe Biden with their Department of Injustice having framed as many Trump supporters as possible to then demonize an entire group of people based on the demographics of who primarily votes Republican. Wow, shocking. Then this guy is going to cite that nonsensical claim, that nonsensical racist debunked claim, because it's really subjective, by the way. But this is what this guy, Omar, not Ilhan Omar, Omar Fateh, Muslim Somali, trying to be the mayor of Minneapolis. Does that represent you, Minneapolis? To what degree should unlimited migration without assimilation turning into an invasion? To what degree is this something our nation needs to tolerate? When is ICE going to Minneapolis? I haven't seen many reports of illegal alien operations in Minneapolis, but Minneapolis and Dearborn and Springfield and New York, and I mean, pick your blue city. He's trying to marginalize and minimize the complaints about illegal aliens who haven't had a background check to find out, oh, have you been previously deported and you keep sneaking in, you creep? Yeah, you're not allowed to be here. Yeah, we have a right to do that. No, I'm sorry. We have a responsibility to do that. No, he's saying you need to worry about white people. So is that preparedness? Unchecked migration matters. All right. So what is going on with Trump's diagnosis? I saw this and my jaw dropped. I'm like, oh God, no. What in hell is even happening? I'm so confused. Are they taking him out? What is this?
On another note, I know that many in the media have been speculating about bruising on the president's hand and also swelling in the president's legs. So in the effort of transparency, the president wanted me to share a note from his physician with all of you today. In recent weeks, President Trump noted mild swelling in his lower legs. In keeping with routine medical care and out of an abundance of caution, this concern was thoroughly evaluated by the White House medical unit. The president underwent a comprehensive examination, including diagnostic vascular studies. Bilateral lower extremity venous Doppler ultrasounds were performed and revealed chronic venous insufficiency, a benign and common condition, particularly in individuals over the age of 70. Importantly, there was no evidence of deep vein thrombosis or arterial disease. Laboratory testing included a complete blood count, comprehensive metabolic panel, coagulation profile, D-dimer, B-type natriuretic peptide, and cardiac biomarkers. All results were within normal limits. An echocardiogram was also performed and confirmed normal cardiac structure and function. No signs of heart failure, renal impairment, or systemic illness were identified. Additionally, recent photos of the president have shown minor bruising on the back of his hand. This is consistent with minor soft tissue irritation from frequent handshaking and the use of aspirin, which is taken as part of a standard cardiovascular prevention regimen. This is a well-known and benign side effect of aspirin therapy. And the president remains in excellent health, which I think all of you witness on a daily basis here. So the president wanted me to share that note with all of you. I'm happy to take further questions on it. We will provide the memorandum from the president's physician to all of you, as we always do. And we'll get to questions. Here in our new media seat, we have Frank Corva, who's there. On another note, I know that many in the media have been speculating about...
So what's up? Is this Trump trying to step down for health reasons? How compromised is he? He can't do the job anymore, and he's not going to go along with the deep state plans. We're in the absence of information, speculation is running rampant, people. Actually, I'm going to type that. In the absence of information, speculation will run rampant. Is President Trump blackmailed, and is he setting the stage to step down from POTUS? Don't know, but holy crap, that sounds important. All right, here's Manhattan, the new socialists, Park. The new socialists, Park Avenue, Manhattan, today. Zoran says he is coming for the elite whites. Does he say that in this clip? invasion of New York City. I didn't see a quote that he's coming for elite whites, so I don't know where that claim comes from exactly. But hey, I shared this. Jacqueline for New York City. This quote seems obvious to me. And I think that hopefully that was at the root of the Doge thing, to get at the Social Security records and get rid of the fake people and the fake Social Security cards that have been distributed and used to create fake ballots that are then always delivered to the blue cities so that they can dominate with their backward policies and be the only remaining spot where crazy political ideology is allowed to thrive. New York City poll worker says whoever controls the DMV controls NYC. Take a listen.
For my latest article, I interview a New York City poll watcher, and what he tells me is absolutely terrifying. He says whoever controls the DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles, controls New York City. So thanks to green light laws, otherwise known as the motor voter laws, passed in 2019, illegal aliens can register with the DMV for a license, and then the DMV registers them to vote. So unless there is a forensic poring over what just transpired for the New York City Democrat primary this past June 24th, as well as the upcoming general election on November 4th, the mayor will be decided by the DMV. And FYI, currently in New York City, there are over 40% immigrants, which means actually 3 million immigrants or illegals, potentially with a license, potentially voting for the New York City mayor. Check out my latest article. For my latest article, I interview a New York City poll watcher, and what he tells me is absolutely terrifying. He says whoever controls the DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles, controls New York City.
I asked who checks the DMV rolls to eliminate and disqualify illegal aliens from voting. Yeah, who checks? Does anybody check? Deb says, just be transparent as promised. Here you go. Your daily dose of news. Will Elmo ask for forgiveness? Go kiss the wall. Why do you tell me to kiss a wall? I don't want to kiss a wall. Kiss the wall. Yeah, I'm good. I don't want to kiss a wall. Do it. Oh, Elmo. If you know, you know. Elmo went hard in the paint. Actually, let me double check. Was there anything in a thread here? Sometimes it's like one of 10 things, and I'll scroll through. Okay, Dr. Taylor Marshall says the anti-Christian state of Israel. Ooh. Okay, there's a question of the day. Do you think it would be fair to call Israel an anti-Christian state? QOTD. Would it be fair to call Israel an anti-Christian state? You hear reports of the spitting and the abuse and the mocking and the... You've heard reports. Well, this Dr. Taylor Marshall says the anti-Christian state of Israel has fired upon a Catholic church in Gaza. Several Catholics are seriously injured, including a priest. Pray for strength for Cardinal Pizzaballa. His name is Pizza. Weren't we just talking about Italian circle triangles? Pray for strength for Cardinal Pizzaballa as he seeks to minister to the flock under attack. AF Post reported Israel fired on the Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza using a tank gun, but claims that it was an accident. Was it an accident? The Latin Patriarch of Jerusalem, Cardinal Pizzaballa, expressed doubt that the attack was unintentional. Joel Webben says, if you're Protestant, as I am, this should still infuriate you. One religion says Jesus had cousins instead of brothers. The other religion says Jesus was a bastard and is boiling in excrement in hell and blows up churches with tanks. Have you read the Torah? Have you read some of these documents? Let me ask, which Jewish document collection, is it the Torah or is it the let me see what Grok does on this one. See if it's going to go all Elmo. The Talmud. I was calling it the Torah. I knew I was wrong. I couldn't finish. I had to double check. So the Talmud, compiled between 200 and 500. What's CE? Common Era? No, it's BC, before Christ. Stop. It's a vast collection of Jewish oral law and commentary consisting of TLDR version. Just bullet points. Give me the specific points that Christians find despicable. That he's boiling in his own excrement. Describes a figure named Yeshu who was hanged on the eve of Passover for practicing sorcery and leading Jews astray. In mocking Jews, mentioned 40-day hair. Yeah, there you go. 57a, a figure in the afterlife suffering and boiling excrement, which some interpret as a reference to Jesus, though the text does not explicitly name him. Passage is part of discussion about sinners and their fates. Lack of reverence for Jesus as the Messiah is seen as blasphemous. Depicting Jesus in a degrading and humiliating manner. So this person says, yeah. One religion says Jesus was a bastard and boiling in excrement in hell and blows up churches with tanks. So is that a fair interpretation or is it not? Pope Leo, the new pope, says, I am deeply saddened to learn of the loss of life and injury caused by the military attack on the Holy Family Catholic Church in Gaza. I assure the parish community of my spiritual closeness. I commend the souls of the deceased to their loving mercy of Almighty God and pray for their families and the injured. I renew my call for an immediate ceasefire. Only dialogue and reconciliation can ensure enduring peace. There's the, oh, wow. Dr. Taylor Marshall says that Mark says it looks to me as if the tank commander took a pot shot at the cross. Dr. Taylor Marshall says the Israelis missed the cross. That's a stunning image, isn't it? You know, to some degree, I don't cover this war all the time, and to some degree, I don't care. Some degree, you care. To some degree, you don't care. We all have our urgent daily things that we have to care about. We have our local things that we care about. We got regional. We got national. I mean, our GAF a meter about stuff we need to pay attention to overseas in this global game of chess. I don't cover it here every day ad nauseum. I don't. I'd like people to stop blowing other people up. That's my general policy. Are you pro or are you anti? Why are you trying to get me to pick a side? I'm on my side. I'm over here. I'm an American and I'm a human. That's my side. There's other stuff go. Well, are you going to support our biggest ally, our best ally, our oldest and truest friend? Is that the best way to describe that? Is friend and ally, or is it a little more than that? Is it a little different than that? I don't know. Whose side are you on? Are you supporting Putin? You're a Putin lover? You're a Putin puppet? No, I just see what Obama and Newland and Biden were doing with, with the deep state to push NATO through their puppet Zelensky after they overthrew, was it Yanukovych? Kind of see a lot of that as acts of aggression. I can at least understand, in part, why it happened. So negotiate a truce, a ceasefire. Stop. And Trump's getting pissed because Putin won't stop. It's like, well, that's why you don't start wars. You never know how they're going to spiral. Probably not a good idea to go around starting wars. And then Trump goes and bombs Iran while we got 30 million sleeper cells hanging out in potential sleeper cells hanging out in our country, taking over the streets. Remember 2020? And it's so interesting how that phrase, we are noticing now. Oh, it's a crime to notice. I'm sorry, Ron DeSantis and your speech laws. What the fuck are you talking about? And yeah, if you haven't noticed, I will try to strategically drop a few what the fucks, especially when freedom of speech is important. Maybe you're personally put off by my cussing. And honestly, you hear me talk, the regulars that hang out here, you know me. How many hours have we hung out together? We shoot the shit. You clean the house, you're cooking food, you're doing your work, you're driving somewhere, you check in, maybe you check out previous shows. You know how I talk and what I talk about. And yes, I've been known to get a little feisty from time to time. But I also sort of understand the power of these words, and they're called curse words, maybe for a reason. Maybe. They're called curse words for a reason. But yeah, when you're trying to call attention to the fact that there's censorship on a level that you're uncomfortable with and you will not tolerate, yeah, dropping a fuck might wake you up a little bit and let you know, hey, I'm kind of serious over here. You've caused me to reach in the back and grab that magenta, the marigold, the seldom used crayon from the back corner of the box. Yeah, I'll drop some colorful language. Burnt sienna. There we go. Yeah, we are noticing. We're noticing that our foreign policy needs to make sense, and I'm struggling to see why things are the way that they are. Is that noticing? I don't know, maybe. Bella's Chance. Yep, Fuddy. I couldn't remember the name. Talk about concealing the truth. Yeah, allegedly. Right. Like the Obama chef that magically, we noticing. I love symbols like that where like the cross remained, the cross was there. I mean, isn't the cross like the ultimate? I'm very on record as saying that I'm not a fan of continuing to keep the N-word in our pop culture lexicon. I was raised to believe that was such an offensive term, a dehumanizing term, that it would probably be best that we just don't ever say that. Oh, and that there should be massive ramifications if you do. Perhaps. Or it's just a word. I mean, essentially the word now just means dude. What's up, dude? Nothing, my dude. Dude, please. But the concept of taking something bad and it's like, no. I'm going to make something good of that. Think of cuisine. A lot of Southern Creole and old slave cuisine was from like, here's pig's feet and here's this and that. Not that pig's feet is something I've ever really sought out, but chitlins and intestines and frying the skin, like whatever. You're going to get the scraps. And it's like, you know what? You're going to make the most of what you can. Make a gumbo, put a little bit of this, a little bit of bacon, a little bit of potatoes, or just, we'll take the best of what we can and make it the best that we can. We'll own it, and we'll do some good stuff with the cuisine. I always said my dad was a gumbo bartender. We'd open the fridge and, well, we got leftover rice from yesterday. We bring that out. We got some leftover carrots and peas from 2 days ago. And we got some chicken. All right, what else we got? We got some frozen okra. All right, let's do this. Let's put this in the pot and this in the pot, and you mix it all together. But yeah, the response to people that say, man, there's nothing wrong with the N-word. We're allowed to say it. We're allowed to say, some groups, it's good for me, but not for thee. And you're like, ugh. And you see a rapper, I've seen this at least once, I don't know how many times, brings a fan on stage to sing along with them. Then they stop the show and embarrass them and say, you don't have a right to say that. You can't say that. You're not black. Why are you singing along with that, to like embarrass a white person? And it's like, fool, you're the one that wrote the lyrics. You're making money off it. You don't want people saying it. Don't fucking write it. Don't put it out in a song and then try to shame somebody for repeating it. You don't want it repeated. Don't say it. So that's where I'm at on the issue. But the people who say, no, that's our word now, it's empowering, we're taking it back and we're going to use it. Okay. I mean, I disagree. I get where you're coming from, I guess. I'd rather not listen to it. If it's something I'm not supposed to say, I'd rather not listen to it. If I find horror movies to be like, I don't know, poison that rots your brain with images you can't quite shake and it fucks up the neurology of your brain, sort of like how I believe. I'm going to maybe not watch it. If I don't want to be propagandized, I don't think I'm going to be listening to much ABC, ESPN, Disney. Thank you very much. You keep your crazy shit to yourself. But the cross, I mean, what's the story of the cross? They literally hung and crucified. Who are they? The Jews, the Romans? You're not supposed to say that. Christ is king. It's like you've never seen the level of demonization of Christianity that you're seeing today. You're seeing it globally, and it's a coordinated effort. There's something about Christ and Christianity that really irks some of the powers that be. But what is the symbol of the cross? The cross is people were strung up there. Somebody in particular, Jesus Christ. Oh, that's not a real person. He never existed. Didn't you watch the movie Zeitgeist? Yeah, I watched it. Multiple things can be true at once. I don't know. I wasn't there. Were you there? Is there a person named Jesus Christ, or is that just a amalgamation of previous mystic lore? One pagan god is as good as the next, and we'll just wrap them all together as one thing called Christ. But it's not a person that existed. No wonder the Jews hate Christians. No wonder the Jews hate Jesus Christ. They don't hate Jesus Christ, and they don't hate Christians. A lot of people say they do. Regardless, they don't acknowledge him as being a person that is the most written about person in the history of Earth. If you would call it proof that he's been documented in so many different ways by so many different people in so many different places. If you can't use that as proof, I don't know what proof would ever satisfy someone who would claim that water is not wet and the sun is not in the sky. But the cross is the symbol of we got him. That guy's out there flipping the money changing tables. We're in charge. We're the banksters. We're the ones who keep people as permanent debt slaves. We're in charge. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. I'm mixing the metaphors here a bit, but the point is, Jesus Christ was somebody that spoke out and was like, hey, no, this is not okay. Flip the tables. Oh, no, he was always peaceful. He always turned the other cheek. And I think you're, there's plenty of passages about getting your sword. There's plenty of passages about, flipping the money changing tables on the slave masters, the slave owners who were trying to make everybody else do all the work and collect their money and taxes and fees and bribes and blackmail and get their percentage, their VIG, a little bit off the top, a couple percent here and there. It's like the plot for Office Space. You rig the algorithm, so point a decimal percentage of a percentage of a penny from every transaction will go missing, and then over time we'll build it up into an empire. Okay, I don't know. But taking the cross, which was the image of Christ tortured, mocked, abused, and ended, sacrificed, deleted, and to turn that cross into an image of something good. I mean, if you thought it was an impressive feat to take the awful N-word and try to turn it into it's a cool word now. It's like a sign of love and togetherness and it just means dude. It's like, I don't think that's how that works, and I disagree, but it's just interesting to see the image of the cross, knowing the background, that's where Christ was killed by whoever we notice killed them. Do you agree or disagree with this? Is there no bigger sucker than a Christian Zionist? I don't know. I always reflexively tend to back Israel's right to exist. That's where I had many debates with Blake Wally when we were doing the show. Oh, it agitated him. Oh, he thought I was the stupidest person on earth. Oh, he could hardly hide his disdain for me because I wasn't echoing what a couple of people that he was watching was saying. I think on the one hand, I woke up in a world that had a nation known as Israel. I don't like this. We're going to go backward and undo every land transaction because in a previous time, somebody else used to do something else there. Oh, well, New Orleans, we were talking about. We were talking about the South and Florida. That used to be Spanish, or that used to be someone else, or Mexico used to have Texas. And oh no, it was the Inuit who used to have Canada, or it used to all these things. Yeah. Humans have always moved around doing things. You play this, we're going to take the country back and we're going to overthrow this, and you stole this from so and so. It's like everything, every piece of land used to be something else. So just on general principle, I don't want to change things just to change them. And that's primarily where my standard operating protocol lived with Israel. I'm like, I don't know. They're a country. Yeah, well, they've only been there since 48. I'm like, okay. Well, the United States has only been there since 250 years ago, so get rid of them too. To who? Who the fuck gets the United States then? Well, there was a little tribe somewhere that used to do. What the fuck? What do I care about what things used to be? We woke up in a world with them today, or we're just going to have a nonstop bloodlust drive from terrorists, Islamic radical terrorists who won't stop bombing Israel. And I admit that's sort of how I felt most of the time. It's like they're just existing and they keep getting bombed by these. They're just throwing bottle rockets, and then they show up with a tank and they killed a kid. You're like, well, did any of that conflict need to happen except for your aggression as an Islamic terrorist operation against Israel? And these are cyclical conversations that will go on in all of my friend circles. I've usually just kind of had that opinion. And then Zionist became a dirty word. I'm like, doesn't that just mean that they want to have a country in that space? The country that currently exists. But you might say, well, that's not about them currently existing. Look, they're attacking their neighbors to bulldoze everything. Because, like Larry Silverstein showed us in New York, it's cheaper to demolish something than it is to actually take it apart and rebuild it. It's easier. It's faster. Malibu, wipe it out. Palisades, burn it down. Raise it to the ground. Oh, it's not like they're going to do that intentionally to put 15-minute smart cities in there where you essentially live like a prisoner in an open-air cage, like Gaza, some say. Although Egypt doesn't get credit for running the other gate at Gaza. Oh, no, Israel's bad. Israel's bad. They got to, they're running an open-air prison at Gaza. Yeah, there's another gate in Egypt. Why aren't they letting people in? Well, they don't like them either. Oh, so there might actually be a problem with the people in Gaza. Wow, I thought they were perfect. I can't keep up with these conversations, and maybe there's multiple truth on multiple angles of this. But yeah, and then Zionist, it's a bad word. It's a bad word. It's like, so they must delete their state, or they will constantly be attacked, and we will constantly be dragged into conflict and war over there. Because for some reason, the United States feels like that's our 51st state. I don't recall admitting Israel into the Union. Or is it that Israel controls the United States? See, we are peeling layers of the onion back, and our eyes are watering collectively. What is the very difficult truth underneath all the layers of propaganda? I don't know. We've been so propagandized. By the way, you know who wrote a lot of our textbooks that we grew up reading? Wasn't it Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell? Huh. The Mossad agent, the Israeli spy, the honey trap artist. Oh, wait. None of that's true, according to Trump, right? Isn't he saying that's a hoax? So, question of the day for the viewers. Are Christian Zionists suckers? I don't know. But look at that image of the cross. They're like, oh, that's an image of Christ lost. And they're like, nope, 3 days later, he rose. Yeah, because that's the story of the sun setting. And then the sun sets on the Southern Cross, and it sits there for 3 days. It's all astronomical. It's not literally a guy named Jesus, like there's one son of God. I wasn't there. How do I know? You want me to pick a side? Come on, people. So yeah, there's a lot going on. But I avoid this topic a lot because like I don't want to get sucked into the weeds because it's really gross. But we ask people to chime in. We got to talk about this stuff. We got to talk about the difficult stuff. So yes, we are noticing global politics. Thou shalt not kill. End of story. That's a pretty good one. Deb says, I'm on God's side. Yes, but which God? A lot of people think their God is the only God. War is man-made, but demons are also at war with goodness. So you either engage in self-defense. Self-defense is necessary. And that's what they're saying the Israeli strikes on Damascus were about. There's the Druze. The Druze and the Jews? D-R-U-Z-E, Druze. I don't know how to pronounce it. John Boy says F-bombs are fine. Cussing shows emphasis. Yeah, like a highlighter. Like a yellow marker over top of an important passage. I agree. That's sort of how I use it. But also, I mean, I can express myself in very easy to understand terms. And sometimes if I'm painting too sharply with my words, maybe some of my message gets mixed. So I have to try. It's like how is Kenneth in here today? It's like how Kenneth says that there's a vibe check. I gotta do the vibe check. Like, all right, recalibrate, do the. All right, everybody, on the count of 3, deep breath in, deep breath out. 1, 2, 3. A vibe check is a recalibration. But yeah, I can paint with those. I can emphasize for sure. But I am a skilled and gifted communicator, so I gotta kind of be a little extra careful with what I'm saying and how I'm saying it. Deb, nothing wrong with cursing if it applies to the situation. All right, I sort of agree because that's sort of what I do. But I self-edit a lot of shit that I don't tell you. A lot. I have to write and rewrite a second draft in my head while I'm stacking up the words on the back of my tongue to spill out sentence by sentence. I do self-edit in real time a lot. Nick Adams has a question. Brian, I have a question. I was going through your old videos and interviews, and I can't understand how you have such big names and such little views. Yeah. Yeah. That makes 2 of us. I know you've battled censorship, but what is the reason that the big names gave you the time, if not for the potential views? You must have made a name for yourself with them. In some cases, I think I have. I earn the time of the people that I communicate with. One of my biggest things is timelines. Like I've had a very challenging time with my stand-up comedy to get my message in 4 minutes. I guess maybe I need to do it in advance a few more times to really time it out and stick to it and really just deliver an act. But I also improvise on the spot, and I'll add little tags, and sometimes I'll bring someone on for an interview, like the one with John McAfee. I was rewatching it, and it's like, oh, I know we only have you for a half hour. You know, we got it to 45 minutes. And at the end, he's like, I really have to go, Brian. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Where can people find you? And he tells us on his way out the door. Thank you again, John. Appreciate your time so much. I think one of my things is like Kokesh, for example. I think he was Nick, you said that interview is how you found our show in the first place? And yeah, I mean, I've personally hung out with Adam and interviewed him multiple times, multiple locations. He and I were co-activists at LA City Hall. I wonder if I have video of that. LA City Hall about the homelessness issue. But yeah, I like with Adam, I think it was like, well, how long do you? I'm like, I don't know, whatever. We can do You know, usually it's an hour to 2 hours. Like, oh, okay, well, I can do an hour. I'm like, all right, we'll do this. It'll be an hour. I'm open to extending it as long as you feel like talking. As long as you're having a good time, I'm open to have, because I feel like sometimes you don't get warmed up. You know, those 2-a-days we were talking about at football practice, you get there at 6:30, sun's barely even up. Got to warm up. You got to go through some stretches, some light calisthenics, and before you're going to be really aggressively going at it, you need to kind of warm up. Sometimes I don't get warmed up until the first hour. That is sort of my style. Now, that's not going to fly on a major network, but you know what? I can also do quick hits. I can do sound bites. My sound bites on Real America's Voice were fucking awesome. They used a lot of them on Bannon's show. Still wish they had another guest and they cut into the time. We were trying to get something else. But yeah, I was on like 3 programs that night. I can do a quick hit. I can give you the sound bite that you're looking for. I'm capable of condensing things down to brass tacks and bumper stickers and bullet points. I think so. But yeah. And just wait till, are there any names, Nick Adams, are there any names when you went back to scroll through some of our previous content? What surprised you in particular? Because you've watched the intro to this show a few times now. But there are so many more faces and voices that we know, that we recognize, that didn't make it into that initial jump cut promo. Very, very, very soon, I want to put it together and just add as many of those fun faces at once, because I think, Nick, I have a nose for news, which is what makes my content at the New American Media interesting, because whether you're following us on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odysee, Twitch, Kick, D Live, YouTube, wherever you're following us, we'll put different stories in different places, but we are scanning for the most interesting stuff. We can't possibly catch every story worth talking about, of course, but we provide value. We have a nose for the news, the things that matter, great takes, funny jokes, memes. You can sum up a whole situation with one meme and you go, oh my God, got it. Did you see the Starry Night meme? That's our Instagram. Raise your hand. Who's following us in the comments? Question of the day. Type in the comments. Or ring-a-ding-ding. Type in the comments. Are you following the New American Media on Facebook? We have the New American Media and TNAM Official. One is just mainly for news, and the other is more for dank memes and similar stuff. Are you following the New American Media and TNAM Official on Instagram? But yeah, I want to put that together with as many of the cool people that we've had a chance to talk to over the years. But I put myself into the positions. I have a nose for news. I go to the places where I go to Occupy LA. I go to the Bundy Ranch. I go to the Republican convention in Cleveland and in Milwaukee. I go to the Libertarian convention in DC. I go to the Bronx where Trump is speaking and report for Real America's Voice. I go to the Chicago Democrat convention this year. I go to make a documentary in Washington, D.C. and film on January 6th. I go to northwestern North Carolina with our buddy Grizzly from Northern Virginia to do a documentary on Hurricane Helene. We go places, but that's fucking expensive. Did I burn through 20 grand, 30 grand over the past couple of years? I mean, you talk about a convention, it's $250 a night for a hotel. Then you talk about all the travel and you talk about all of this and that. And let's not even mention all the time that it took where I couldn't be earning a living otherwise. So it's like, I'm not, I don't have Stephen Colbert Pfizer money to give you a dancing skit. I'll make $30 million a year, but I'm going to be the vaccine shill. Don't you know? But I've believed in what I was doing. I've always believed that the New American Media is badass. I'm talented. I deserve a seat at the table. My thoughts and takes and jokes are just as good as any other motherfucker I've seen on TV my entire life. I can be professional. I can be straight-laced. I can even wear a suit and a tie if I need to. Not really my style, because I don't really have a style. I don't really believe in style. Some people do. Good on you. I'm more like a Zuckerberg. Wear the same thing every day. Although I do change my shirt up. Call attention to Rain, a really good band. I talk about seasons of our lives and things that we've done and places we've prioritized ourselves. We're all allowed to have seasons of our lives. It's the season of something. I forget the last lyric. I just know they say it's the season of something. What do they say after season? I forget. When the night. There's a little bit of a similarity between those two songs. The Zombies, really cool song that we referenced the other day, of course, but I have a nose for the news. I cover the things that are important. I sift through. It takes me a lot of time to distill the stories down to what I decide on sharing with you. But yeah, I have a nose for the news, but I also put it's the season. Let's just say. Deb, I do have Tucker Carlson interview with Daryl Cooper, history of Epstein and connected with the World Health Organization. Yes, I got a clip or two of that I'm going to get to in a second because I'm going to start tearing through our news stories. But look, while we're talking, I'm referencing all these other big stories. We're talking about how all these things are connected. I don't feel like we're just filibustering, talking about nothing. It's a show about nothing. I think we're talking about a lot of the stuff. Now, I'm not going in a linear fashion, just clicking next, click next. Also, next. Additionally, next. In conclusion, next. And therefore, next. Yeah, I'm capable of doing that. I could work in any format. I've done radio on Coast to Coast AM. I've done all sorts of things. And really, doing a little bit of motivational speaking with my high school, that was, I didn't have that on my bingo card. But because my cousin did it and he wanted me to join him, I was like, all right, cool, that could be fun. And it was fun. I think I could do a much better job at. But yeah, comedy, doing parodies and delivering the news. I think it's education, it's entertainment, it's infotainment. So yeah, we'll get to that. Deb says we love Blake the Snake. Bella says, Deb, the God who gave us the 10 Commandments. That's all we need to live by, that God. Deb says, with stand-up, you really have to stay on track if you have limited time. I see this with Dave Chappelle all the time. It's very structured and looks effortless. Yeah, Chappelle, another guy. I've met him a couple of times. I feel like we hung out for a good half hour, 45 minutes, just smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee in Yellow Springs, Ohio. That was awesome. Deb says, yep, Bella, that's the only God I know, the 10 Commandments one. A nose for the news. Do not make a joke about nose and anything that rhymes with news. Okay. Let's not do that. Deb says, I figured I followed on enough platforms, Brian would eventually pop up with a... Oh, now, wait a minute. Yeah, there should be, though, a TNAM punch card. That'd be a good graphic. We need our TNAM meme team. All of you with graphic design capabilities. And by the way, John Boy sent one. Did you see what John Boy sent? It's on our X feed. He sent us a happy TNAM Friday. What to say? Happy Friday TNAM card. I guess I didn't see the card that President Trump allegedly sent to Jeffrey Epstein prior to opening that comment. I didn't fully understand it. And I go, oh, I get what he's doing there. It's a season for loving. It's the season for loving. In the night. I know I'm doing a mashup. Has anyone ever done a mashup? God, that would be cool. Stand By Me and the Zombies. What's that called? Is the Season of the Witch? Is that the name of the song? Who's your daddy? That's a great song. God, it's a smooth song. But yeah, I've had seasons of my life where I've been a musician. That's what got me out into Los Angeles in the first place. I've had seasons where I was a concert promoter, and Rain was an awesome band. They were kind of like System of the Down, a little bit like Puya, a little bit like this, a little bit like that, like early Incubus. Like I just loved these guys. I loved booking bands, and I've done 100 things in my life. If my amusement park experience ended today, I mean, I lived it up. I gave it a shot. I tried some stuff. I took some big swings. And mainly I have bet on myself. Incubus, for example, they did an article. Someone asked them, what's it like being an overnight success? They're like, I've been doing this for 15 years. Like, what's it like being an overnight 15-year success story? A 15-year overnight success story? That's a better question. But yeah, I had multiple meetings with BBC to do the what were we calling it? All-American Conspiracy. I don't know. Just wasn't there. It wasn't the right. There's a lot of pro-Hillary people. They were kind of peppering like about the election. That was in 2016, 2015 in the run-up. I remember one of our meetings and got into politics, and the shock that I wasn't a Hillary supporter. I don't know if that blackballed me from working with them, because BBC is look into the BBC company. Is that someone that I could really partner with? I mean, you go to cash that check and they go, who's your daddy? And you're like, no, it ain't like that. They're like, well, we're paying you, so you're gonna dance, monkey dance. I don't know. I've had opportunities, and I'm still waiting to see who I'm going to partner with that's going to be the massive breakthrough thing. Why are the shows not getting as many views as fill in the blank? It's not about anyone in particular who's succeeding. It's just, that's a good question. You got me thinking about it. Zombies title, it's the time for the season of loving. That's not the title of the song. The only failure is quitting. Well, I mean, look, I have dedicated myself. Yeah. Well, we can also adapt, and we can also try different things. Oh yeah. What's your name? BBC Shady. Bling, bling, bling. And the line. I really don't know the words. It's the season. Like I don't really hear the melody. It just like trails off for me, like of loving. Like I don't even hear where the of loving fits into that melody. Something about the mixing of it, like, or just the timing or something. Love the song though. Love the song. All right. Biggest story that we've all been laughing about. I asked you if you're following the New American Media on Instagram, because let me show you what we put out. It's the season. Hold on. Where's it at? All right, we got some breaking news. Charlie Kirk saying that DNI Tulsi Gabbard just declassified documents, according to Charlie Kirk, that show overwhelming evidence that then President Barack Obama personally requested and intentionally manufactured and politicized intelligence to create the narrative that Russia was attempting to influence the 2016 presidential election in President Trump's favor, despite intelligence assessments concluding that Russia was not trying to influence the election. It was all a giant hoax. Well done, DNI Tulsi Gabbard, for leading the charge on transparency and accountability. Let's investigate and prosecute. That is true. We've known that for a long time. Oh, I thought I put a different one up. Let's tell our kids that this is taken at a Coldplay concert. Have you ever seen this picture of Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein? Remember Jeffrey Epstein, who's totally not a Mossad Israeli agent. Sure. I'm going to tell my kids this was taken at a Coldplay concert. Here we go. Patrick Bet David.
CEO being at a Coldplay concert. What is that all about?
So look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? What? Look at the friend having an affair, or they're just very shy.
Oh, look at the friend, Pat Red.
The friend knows exactly what's up. Bit of a looker. No, not a hooker, a looker. She's red, but I think she knows exactly what's going on. She's trying to hide from that. Coldplay outed a cheating couple, both married to other people.
Oh my! So that's the CEO of the company. He's at a Coldplay concert with the head of his HR, and then what happens Monday morning at work?
You go to HR. That's what you do. You're gonna go straight to HR.
Close the door.
It starts and ends with HR.
Oh my God!
The CEO being at a Coldplay concert. What is that all about?
So
I mean, that moment.
Look at these two. All right, come on. You're okay? What?
Has there ever been a more public caught in public? Busted. Everybody's talking about this. There's an image that I was going to share. Let me see if I can find it. But look, to look forward, let's look backward real quick. You want to hear Alex talk about some what's really going on and why nothing makes sense on this planet? Take from this what you will. But when I was talking earlier about spirituality, how we got here, what happens when we're gone, is there an alien influence? Is this a video game? Is this a simulation? I mean, come on. If you don't know how to answer that question, it's okay that I don't have the answer to it, but try to unpack some of this just for one of your moments of Zen today.
Best knowledge right now what's happening on the planet.
What's happening? Tell us.
The elite are all about transcendence and living forever and the secrets of the universe, and they want to know all this. Some are good, some are bad, some are a mix. But the good ones don't ever want to organize. The bad ones tend to want to organize because they lust after power. Powerful consciousnesses don't want to dominate other people. They want to empower them, so they don't tend to get together until things are really late in the game. Then they come together. Evil's always defeated because good is so much stronger. And we're on this planet, and Einstein's physics showed it, Max Planck's physics showed it, there's at least 12 dimensions. And now that's why all the top scientists and billionaires are coming out saying it's a false hologram. It is. Now, there's like this sub-transmission zone below the third dimension that's just turned over to the most horrible things is what it resonates to. And it's trying to get up into the third dimension that's just a basic level consciousness to launch into the next levels.
By the way, I'm going to be taking... you'll be taking a quiz when this is over. I hope you're paying rapt attention. There will be a quiz. Jimmy Carr does a game show called I Literally Just Told You. And the game show is stuff that they literally just told you during the show. I literally just told you. So, yeah, the joke here is there will be a quiz on this. I hope you're following every step of the way and able to articulate it back when I literally ask you a moment from now. But keep going. What is going on, and in what way is Epstein connected?
And our species is already way up in the fifth, sixth dimension, consciously our best people. But there's this big war trying to like basically destroy humanity because humanity has free will, and there's a decision to which level we want to go to. We have free will, so evil's allowed to come and contend, not just good. And the elites themselves believe they're racing using human technology to try to take our believes that the first artificial intelligence will be a supercomputer.
I think there was a jump clip there, a jump cut there. They sort of blended one thought with another. But don't forget, there's that other story with the other person who claims to have been an Epstein victim who says they were paralyzed and they were in New Mexico and they were running experiments and they saw this guy shapeshift, and you're like, the fuck are we talking about here? So if you're like, Brian, why are you playing this crazy guy, Alex Jones? It's like, well, I just listened to that lady in New Mexico say she was paralyzed and she woke up and she watched this guy shapeshift and they're running human experiments. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, if we're putting dots together, how weird and creepy and demonic an extraterrestrial. Like, what are we dealing with here?
Based on the neuron activities of the hive mind of humanity, with billions of people wired into it with the Internet of Things. And so all of our thoughts go into it, and we're actually building a computer that has real neurons in real time that's also psychically connected to us, that are organic creatures, so that they will have current prediction powers, future prediction powers, a true crystal ball. But the big secret is, once you have a crystal ball and know the future, you can add stimuli beforehand and make decisions that control the future. And so then it's the end of consciousness and free will for individuals or TV.
Right.
But this is an interdimensional force that wants to influence us to build something that absorbs us and kills us, rather than the divine free will we're given to build something much better that empowers the species.
Builders and destroyers. I see the Democrats clearly as destroyers. I see, I mean, Trump is literally a builder. He's a developer. He knows how to build things. I don't give a lot of love to the Republican Party for good reason. But I do see the Democrats. Their main thing is just, I want to destroy what's currently here. Well, what are you putting in place? Don't worry about it. No. I'm worried about it. No, I'm not just going to let New York get overrun. I'm not just going to cede control of Minneapolis. We're not going to have Sharia only cities in Texas. Like, Sharia is an operating system that's not compatible with our hardware, with our government, with our way of life. That's one little snapshot of one thing we're talking about. There's a lot of ways that we're either going a certain direction or we're not. People are on board or they're not. They're going to be dominated, controlled, and abused, or they're not. There's a lot to unpack.
So the species is now making a decision about its entire future.
Great question from Joe. Where are you getting this from? Where are you getting this from? So that being said, Nick Adams, breakaway accelerationist civilization. Your favorite thing from Alex. Can you elaborate on that? Breakaway accelerationist civilization. Why is that your favorite thing, and what exactly does that mean to you? In what way?
Where are you getting this from?
But yeah, where are you getting this from?
That's what it is.
That's just what it is. And the truth is, where do I get the stuff I'm getting from? It's just the way, like, thousands of hours of consumption, learning, understanding, like I talked about earlier about trying to be a teacher. Yeah, David Icke. Yeah, what, lizard people? We're back to lizard people and reptilian bloodlines and the royal family and the Rothschilds and the bankers, the banksters, the New World Order, the puppet masters. Ooga booga. It all kind of ends up, it's either reptilian shape-shifting overlords, or the Jews, or the New World Order, or the monetary families, how many families, how many ruling families, the Rothschilds, and this, that. There's a couple of families and a couple of bloodlines and kings and queens and Anunnaki, God Almighty, Jesus Christ. And, you know, how far up does this go? Is there a pyramid? Are there puppet masters? But yeah, when Joe asks, where are you getting this from? Where do I get anything from? It's just, I don't know. All the stuff I've been researching and talking about and studying and learning about for the past 30 years. It's a good place to start. That's where I'm getting my stuff from.
Where are you getting it from?
I know, from looking at all the data, researching it, studying it, watching the enemy. That's the big decision that humanity has now got before us. You get someplace finally in deep research where it's what every culture already said, what everybody already knew, what they're telling you in movies like Prometheus, what the elite admit the New York Times they believe in, everything there that isn't naturally occurring.
Who is that?
I mean, if you actually read what all the globalists say, they are getting not
Who are they?
off-world, but interdimensional communications to then build this system that we see lowers our IQ, makes us live less. All the studies show screen time, all the computers lowering IQs,
Right.
lowering for the best knowledge right now what's happening on the planet.
What's happening?
The elite.
There you go. That was a lot to digest. Just going to drop it there. Tell me in the comments what you thought about that.
This video, this
coming from Sacramento. Deb, this is your backyard. Did you see this story? You said you win a prize. What do you win? Like a TNAM punch card if you follow us in all the locations? I don't know. reptilian bloodlines, upper aristocracy. I mean, Sharia should be illegal in our country. Yeah. But Deb, this was your backyard. Benny Johnson reporting. Here's a man who interfered in an ICE operation in Sacramento.
Was a guy who said he was a U.S. citizen fleeing from federal agents after they say he slashed the tires on one of their vehicles. You'll see him running away. He then gets taken to the ground and he tangles with agents while he's on the ground. It appeared he kind of lunged at one of them, and you'll see the aftermath of that. Take a look at this picture right here. Those federal agents ended up macing that man in his face, took him into custody.
Mace in your face.
And took him away. His wife.
Mace. How low can you go? Death row. What a brother. No, once again, back is the incredible. What is it? Rhyme animal. G, public enemy number 1. 5-0 said freeze. And I got numb. Should have told him that I really never had a gun. Bring the noise. Nick says it's Alex's theory that the elites have intentionally been bringing revelations to fruition. Like a suicide cult of the return of the Mahdi. That's the caliphate one in Islam, right? You need to destroy things to return the Mahdi, and you need Jesus Christ to return, and there'll be a revelation or something like that. What's the one in Judaism? I don't know what that one is called. Building an AI global network that'll eventually not need us plebes anymore and will inhabit space. So we can get out of here. They don't need us anymore. I mean, right? Nick says every move they make is a step closer to not needing us. Right. Remember the Georgia Guidestones? Remember how indoctrinated we were by Captain Plan to say there's too many humans on Earth? And we actually have a birth rate crisis because we're all aborting our kids and not having kids. And they've devalued the purchase power of our currency so much, it's hard to raise a family on a normal job. So we just don't do it because we can barely take care of ourselves. That's what Democrats and Republicans have brought us to. That's what the elites have left us with, the fucking scraps. Far be it from me to go Zoran ma'am dammy and try to turn into a commie or a Marxist or a socialist or something, but cards up on the table. Like, how much have you been stealing from us? And that shit stops today. But we have power and control. You don't have shit. It's the Ants movie. If we stand up, let the grasshoppers know who's in charge here. I shared a video of a murder hornet. They came in and they grabbed a bee, destroyed a bee, zip, grabbed another bee. And then one bee went and grabbed its leg. And 1,000 just swarmed it at once. There's 1,000 of us. There's 1,000 of us. I don't like debt slaves. I don't like real slaves. I don't like sex slaves. I don't like the concept. And I think there's people on this planet that have been feasting like vampires off of our productivity, stealing our shit. And that needs to be recalibrated. Anyway, here's this guy that mace in the face.
Wife was yelling at agents the whole time, saying he's a U.S. citizen. The agent said, too bad, he slashed one of our tires. And then take a look at these photos here. We do have photos of the vehicle that had the tire slashed. There was one puncture mark. It quickly deflated, and the agents had to drive out of the area on their rims. We caught up with this video. This was a guy who...
There you go. Mace in the face, buddy. Well played. All right, so here's what they're talking about. Carolyn Levitt.
Will the president consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell if the Epstein case is a hoax?
And by the way, I like that question, and it should have been answered. Whoever got that in, I don't think that was Peter Ducey. Could have been. But will the president consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell? Okay. I mean, is it Ghislaine or Ghislaine? There's no such name as Ghislaine.
Jackie.
All right, I guess Jackie gets the question.
Caroline, there's been a lot of discussion about the Epstein files and the president's comments yesterday calling it a hoax. Can you clarify which part of the Epstein hoax is the hoax part?
The president is referring to the fact that Democrats have now seized on this, as if they ever wanted transparency.
So the hoax is that Democrats care about transparency. That doesn't give us any information that we need.
When it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, which...
That doesn't tell me the story's a hoax and we don't need to talk about it. In fact, you need to talk about hoaxes more to expose them so that, John Boy, how we were watching, or we were talking rather about Bubba Wallace at the beginning of the show. You're like, oh, my bad. Damn, shame on me and shame on the local news for doing that. No, we're all talking about it together. So when Carolyn Levitt's asked about what is the hoax, and she's like, no, the hoax is that Democrats care about transparency. Cool. Set that point aside. Epstein's a Mossad agent who's getting all of us by the short and curlies on behalf of Israel. That's the story that we've been hearing for how long? What about that is a hoax? Lay the case out. Show us what. Well, we can't. We don't want to interfere with an ongoing investigation. Bitch, you've had 6 years. They killed him in 2019. And by the way, it was Trump's Bill Barr, his Justice Department, that allowed it to happen. Or they snuck him out in witness relocation. And you know what? If he's under witness relocation, then come on, cards up on the table. Tell us what the fuck is going on. Because we're not going to sit by and let child slavery and child abuse and all this. We're not. America's fueled by Duncan. America's fueled by pedophilia. One of those is not like the other. One of those things just sort of the same or something like that. It's time. Cards up. Cards up. Put the card on your forehead. Now you get to see what card you had. Toss it in the middle or whatever. The jig is up. Cards up on the table. Let's see what we're working with. Because it sure seems like Trump is hiding something. It doesn't make me happy. I've been very happy with a lot of the protocols that President Trump has been working on. I've liked a lot of the policy decisions. And the story's been bugging me for a long time. Don't tell me he's been one of these creeps the whole time. Well, we told you, see, he's a rapist. No, I've seen that he's been framed on some bullshit a lot. I know the Clinton was there a million times. Why hasn't he been indicted? Bill Gates, where is all of the alleged, is there any penalty for anyone involved? Something about all of this doesn't make any sense. And I'm not just going to drop it. And I don't like the president saying, oh, well, you're a loser and you're a sucker for talking about this Democrat story. Bitch, cards up. Flip them, Trump. What are we talking about? I don't like how I'm being treated. I don't like how I'm feeling listening to this new line of, I know what I'll do. I'll talk about revoking Rosie's citizenship. The plebeians, they will, that'll distract them. It'll be a shiny thing and I'll get away with it. No, that's not working. I'll call it a hoax. No, that's not working. It worked when we called the drinking bleach hoax a hoax because it was a hoax. The fine people hoax worked because it was a hoax. This doesn't work because this isn't a hoax. It's a global blackmail abuse ring, and we want some fucking people indicted. And by some, we mean all. Oh, no. It could disrupt global relations. Yeah, it should. But what if hear me out. What if one of our friends, they're the ones benefiting as MI6 or G.I. Joe or Mossad? I don't know. Well, that if exposing this is going to bring people down, tear it down. Now, if it's, hold on a second, coming in season 2, we're going to resolve this plot in the storyline. Okay? Season 2. That would be second year. We are preparing to unseal. Well, you can't say that because then the bad guys will know and they'll take drastic action to, release another global plague just to avoid accountability. However this actually is, and we're all just guessing. We're all just spitballing. We're all just throwing fucking darts. We don't know enough to know. We sort of know. We think we know. But Trump's talking to us like we're morons, and I don't like it. Deb talks about loosh. Yeah. Harvesting the bad energy. Like a gross Tesla coil or something. Yeah, we've all heard the stories, David. We've all heard the stories. But look, we've all heard stories that may or may not be true. I try to double check some of these. We caught the Bubba Wallace thing about changing the white flag because he doesn't like white people. And it's like, okay, we dug around a little bit, and it's all right. It's not exactly that, but there's a little bit of a reason why you could say Bubba and flags and Bubba and, oh, there's nooses at NASCAR. It's like, they're pull chains on a garage door, you nitwit. I've instructed everybody in Hollywood and in the ESPN sports realm, along with Michelle. We said, go out and find some racism everywhere you can. Turn over the rocks. Manufacture, if you must. In fact, we're going to give them the old okey doke and even get Kamala. It's Kamala. We're going to get Kamala and that other guy, Booker, that weirdo over in, where is he? Jersey? Wherever the hell, on the East. We'll pass anti-noose legislation at the time that Bubba Wallace will be in the news broadcast every day through ABC, ESPN, Disney to make white people feel bad. So they'll sit down and shut up. So they won't resist us. We'll have our Department of Justice say it's white people that are the greatest domestic security threat to our nation. It'll be an all-out assault on all of those things while I push for radical Marxism in this country. My name is Barack Obama, and I approve this message. I gave him the old okey doke. Thanks, Deb. My Obama's pretty good. And I know it's not as great as it could be. I need to listen to it side by side, and I know I can pitch shift it up a little bit or pitch shift it down, tweak the cadence a little bit, but there's various versions. Like I said, there's different kinds of Obama, different kinds of Trump. Campaign Trump, tired Trump, deep breathing, nasal Trump. And we got Nimbus Trump. Nimbus showing up. Hi, buddy. Want to join the program? Wee. Hi, bud. But yeah, anyway, back to Carolyn Levitt. Finish up this line of thought. Tell me it's a hoax. He says, no, it's a hoax that the Democrats care about transparency. You're not using the word hoax right. I do not think that word means what you think it means.
Which is an asinine suggestion for any Democrat to make. The Democrats had control of this building, the White House, for 4 years, and they didn't do a dang thing when it came to transparency in regards to Jeffrey Epstein and his heinous crimes.
Heinous. That's a little over articulating there. Seems a little over articulated. And by the way, did you notice? Yes, I do have a psychology degree. No, I'm not perfect at understanding all of the things that happen, breaking down body language and the way that people talk. However, did you notice that she reached in the back of her 128 count Crayola box and pulled out a crayon for emphasis? She too dropped a curse bomb. Oh, hi, Nimbus. Oh, hi, buddy. She too dropped a curse. She said, a dang thing. When you have Carolyn Levitt pulling out the fancy crayons, periwinkle blue, when she's pulling out dang, D-A-N-G, you know, like it's gotten serious. Hi, Nimbus. I need to use my arm now. But that is, in order to look back, in order to look forward, we need to look back. Because at one point, if you remember, we were just 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America into a hellscape. And now, Tulsi Gabbard, I thought she was one of my sisters. Soft A, no hard R. Sister. I don't know. Maybe hard. Maybe she could have the R. I don't know. Sister. But Tulsi, being from Hawaii, as I allegedly was once those documents were cooked, not from the other place, where my dad was from. No, sorry. Not Frank Marshall Davis. I mean, my dad from Kenya. Dreams from my father. But I thought Tulsi, being from Hawaii, or Hawaii, as the gringos say, I thought Tulsi would have my back. But now the director of national intelligence is going to say that we were part of some vast white right ring conspiracy. Hold on. Did I say white ring or right wing? Remember Hillary? Hillary and Bill from from Haiti fame, the fame of Haiti, helping all those kids out in Haiti with hot dogs and pizzas and pool parties and all the Podesta stuff that they could imagine. But really helping the kids out. It was Hillary and Bill, as they call him. They were the ones that called it a vast right-wing conspiracy. Remember the El Rushbo days and Newt Gingrich, those obstructionists, those old evil white men that got in the way. I know Bill's a white man too, but he played saxophone on Arsenio, so he was actually America's first black president. I'm half black, but saxophone trumps half, so I'm kind of the second. But as Joan Rivers said, maybe I'm our first trans president. Or what did she say? What did Joan Rivers say I was? America's first gay president? Regardless. Mental note. Rahm Emanuel, mental note. Could you remind me later to light up the White House flag in rainbow colors? And then later in 2025, I will go on a podcast with my significant other, Michelle. Some call her Big Mike, and that's not right. But I'll go on a podcast in 2025 and say that we need to have gay men as friends. That's going to make the rounds in mid-July 2025. But also light the White House up as a rainbow, because Joan Rivers said America already had its first gay president. But I digress. Not from Kenya. I'm totally legitimately from Hawaii. I'm not gay, and Michelle's not a man. And back to the question, it was the Clintons that said a vast right-wing conspiracy. Maybe I did say a vast white-wing conspiracy. I don't know. Regardless. All that Russian collusion, phony baloney. We have an obligation to the world to not let tyrants like Donald Trump, give us the old okie doke. And I did what I needed to do to make sure that we succeeded. And then I could get my third term, as I said in that interview famously. If I could sit in my sweatpants in the basement, maybe watch a football game and have an earpiece, and I could talk to the president and tell him what to say, or her, quite progressive. Then maybe I could serve another term that way. In fact, Joe Biden, selected, not elected, perfect vessel for that. Perfect vessel for that.
It was this president who directed the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to do an exhaustive review of all files related to Jeffrey Epstein, which they did. The Attorney General and the FBI, led by Pam Bondi, Dan Bongino, Kash Patel, these are great patriots, some of the most trusted voices in the Republican Party movement. It's part of the reason the president appointed them to these high law enforcement positions. And they spent many months going through all of the files related to Jeffrey Epstein, and they concluded what they found in that memo, which they drafted and they released.
It doesn't seem to be going away.
The story is Jeffrey Epstein offed himself. Nobody was in there because the cameras weren't working, but now here's camera footage. But this is camera footage not showing what we're talking about, and minutes are missing. Come on. Are we supposed to believe that Trump is so brain damaged that this plan would make a lick of sense? This doesn't make any sense. That Trump, being as strategic as he has been, is going to be this sloppy. I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense. There's a comedian that's doing a bit about that. It's so good. I can see the guy. I can't remember his name. What is that bit? Oh, it's such a good bit. No, it's about the Big Bang. It doesn't make any sense. No, not George Carlin. Come on. I can see the guy. Not Ricky Gervais. Nimbus. He's knocked over my phone 3 times. Anyway, I can't think of the name of it. He's like, it doesn't make any sense.
What is stopping the administration from just redacting any sensitive information, grand jury information, and putting out what is appropriate so that the American people can decide and then let this story die?
Well, in terms of redactions or grand jury seals, those are questions for the Department of Justice. Those are also questions for the judges who have that information under a seal. And that would have to be requested, and a judge would have to approve it. That's out of the president's control. He has said, in agreement with some of the leaders on Capitol Hill, that if the Attorney General and the Department of Justice come across any other credible evidence, they should provide that to the American people.
Credible evidence.
It said that he floated the idea of a special prosecutor in the Epstein case. Can you confirm that? And has he asked the Attorney General to do this, to appoint a special prosecutor to look it over?
Well, the idea was floated from someone in the media.
Listen to that. She's struggling.
To the president. The president would not recommend a special prosecutor.
Is she done wearing crosses to the press conference?
In the Epstein case. That's how he feels. And as
Did she put on a few pounds? Does she look tired?
for his discussions with the Attorney General, I'm not sure. Deanna.
Elizabeth, will the
go
president
ahead.
consider pardoning?
It seems like she's lost a little bit of her spark. All right, here's a thread. Pretend it's tomorrow at dawn, and every truly incriminating scrap of the Epstein operation, the flight manifests, the offshore ledgers, the surveillance hard drives, the sealed depositions, the FBI's 302s, interagency memos, it's all been leaked in one merciless torrent. What comes next? Champagne Joshi is putting this out there as a thought experiment. This is the scenario the United States government fears the most, and they should. Because the day after that information hits the public sphere, the entire system is at risk of collapsing, and I don't believe that is hyperbole. Let's stop pretending this was ever just about one degenerate with a private jet. The unredacted client list would name names across the political, academic, and entertainment spectrum. The exposure would obliterate the illusion of partisan politics. Left and right alike would be shown for what they are. Twin faces of the same corrupted machine, lubricated by exploitation and protected by silence. We would have open calls for arrests, tribunals, or even international extraditions. There would be a colossal collapse of public faith in the electoral system, with lawsuits implicating state and federal agencies in the cover-up. The real bombshell isn't that Epstein ran a trafficking ring. It's that he was allowed to operate it because he was running it on behalf of intelligence agencies, mostly likely elements of the CIA, MI6, and Mossad in some capacity. After all, Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, was a known Israeli asset as well as a Soviet asset. This is Gladio for the 21st century, except instead of bombs and train stations, the payload is child R footage used to control presidents and CEOs. The mainstream media, I call them the lying legacy media, they would face one of its greatest challenges, and many in the public would be deeply skeptical of their coverage. For years, rumors swirled that major news outlets soft-pedaled the Epstein story. Hey, soft pedal, kind of like that preparedness video we shared at the beginning about a clipped brake line. For years, rumors swirled that the major news outlets soft pedaled the Epstein story to protect powerful people. In fact, there's proof. In 2015, ABC News quashed a detailed interview with Epstein accuser Virginia Roberts Giuffre, who recently passed away, that implicated figures like Prince Andrew, Bill Clinton, and Alan Dershowitz. I believe the Dershowitz thing had been repealed, reversed, and an apology was even given. I think that might be the case. I could be mistaken. Oh, doggone it. It should have been on that. Yeah, it's sort of clipped on the side. Sorry about that. Years later in 2019, a leaked video showed ABC anchor Amy Robach venting that her Epstein scoop, quote, was shut down, end quote, by network executives, and that Buckingham Palace pressured ABC not to run allegations about Prince Andrew. This leak would confirm many people's suspicions that legacy media protected the elite by suppressing the story. In our scenario, once the full trove of Epstein files are out, the media would no longer be able to ignore the story. It would dominate headlines, but the tone and focus of coverage would be a battlefield. Establishment lying legacy media might initially try to frame the narrative slowly and narrowly, highlighting a few salacious names or instances, but avoiding broader systemic critique. They may focus on the most easily vilified individuals, say a Hollywood director or a foreign prince, to give an outlet for public anger, while downplaying more institutionally damaging angles, such as the role of intelligence agencies or the complicity of media executives themselves. Epstein cultivated, this is according to Champagne Josh Walkos. I don't know him, but this is a well-articulated what-if thought experiment game that I wanted to share with you. Josh Walkos continues, Epstein cultivated many powerful connections that included figures in media. For instance, Epstein donated $350K to the Council on Foreign Relations and mingled with media outlets on its donor rolls, with names like Mortimer Zuckerman, former owner of the New York Daily News, were listed along Epstein as top CFR donors, as well as co-invested with Epstein in Radar magazine. We could see live on-air resignations or firings of prominent media figures. Oh, you mean like Stephen Colbert? I don't know. Is that connected? I don't know. That's my words, not his. Not a live on-air resignation, but hey, T-minus 1 year and counting, you're going to be gone. For example, if a famous editor is shown to have attended Epstein's gatherings, the publication's board might demand they step down to save face. Once again, I call on everybody to think of this as a dartboard. Outer ring, middle ring, inner ring, bullseye. The bullseye is the system that needs to be exploded. Well, no, it's still effective and it still works, or it's worked forever and we do it the best. We have to keep it. No, you don't. Nope. No, you don't. Nope. So just because a famous editor attended in a gathering, that means nothing. That's outer ring. Middle ring if you're being generous, but we're going to need some information to put you in that inner ring or the bullseye. We want the inner ring and the bullseye. That's the operating system, and that's the people that have done the worst things possible. Oh, it would be chaos if all this was revealed. Oh, would it? Oh, unlike the chaos that this has been creating. Deb says, I bet Carolyn Levitt's looking for ways to disconnect Trump's social media so he can't post, LOL. Yeah, they said the Dershowitz accusation was debunked. How many debunked fake accusations are sitting around? And what did Obama Biden leave them? How did they cook the books to make it look like? The implication is that they framed Trump and Republicans to destroy them. So now they can't release it, which will then protect the Democrats. I don't know. That seems to be what's going on behind the scenes. And now DNI Gabbard is saying, look, Obama and Clinton, they all conspired with the deep state to frame Trump in 2016, to essentially run a coup to get him impeached. That's staging a coup. That's fucking treason, let alone doing it in the first GD place. See, I self-edited there and it didn't have the same impact, but I don't like saying that phrase. Deb says we'll never see a list. Nick says Tulsi just came out saying she has proof of an Obama-led coup attempt. I tagged TNAM. Yes, I did just cover that one. Wait, did you tag us? I don't see us tagged. I see that you liked one of our posts. But if you tagged us, I don't see that you tagged us on TNAM at American_media_. Continuing here. In one instance, Joichi Ito, who was director of MIT's Media Lab and also sat on the New York Times Company's board, resigned from all his positions in 2019 after it came out that he helped conceal Epstein's donations to MIT. Here is just a small portion of the powerful people in Epstein's orbit. Does it mean they're all guilty? No, but it certainly lets you know how close to wide-ranging power he truly was. Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, business partners stayed at Epstein's New York City home. George Mitchell, former U.S. senator, named in flight logs. Bill Richardson, former governor, named in Guthrie's filings. Bill Clinton, former president, flew on Epstein's jet 26 times. Les Wexner gave Epstein power of attorney. It just goes on and on with the names. I mean, it's just names and names and names. As you can see, it's wide-ranging and just the tip of the iceberg. The Epstein files release would cast an unforgiving spotlight on the judicial system and law enforcement agencies that failed to stop Epstein for so long. From local police and federal prosecutors to the DOJ and courts, many officials had opportunities to bring him to justice earlier, but inexplicably pulled punches. Remember when they were told to leave him alone? He belongs to intelligence. Yeah, that's not going away. Acosta, that's not going away. In 2007, Epstein signed a non-prosecution agreement in Florida, facing federal indictment for abusing dozens of underage girls. Yet he struck a secret deal with U.S. attorneys led by Alex Acosta to plead to minor state charges and serve a mere 13 months in the county jail with lenient work release. Federal judge later ruled in 2019 that prosecutors broke the law by concealing this deal from Epstein's victims, violating the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The judge called the case a national disgrace, although an appeals court in 2020 upheld NPA on technical grounds. The damage was done. It was clear Epstein got egregious special treatment. The full client list release would intensify calls to investigate those prosecutors and their bosses. Bloomberg terminals would light up with frantic sell-offs as traders digest the Epstein hidden ledgers, revealing sweetheart loans to investment bank executives in silent partnership stakes in Silicon Valley darlings. When regulators realize entire deals may have been extorted by blackmail, imagine a merger approved because the CEO feared a videotape. The SEC has little choice but to freeze trading on half a dozen blue chip tickers. Pension funds bleed, and Wall Street's credibility finally joins its mortality in the gutter. Pension funds hemorrhage, 401k shrink. For the first time since 1929, Main Street looks like Wall Street and sees exactly how the rigging works. Not just derivative voodoo, but child R tapes governing boardroom decisions. JP Morgan Chase has already paid over $365 million in settlements related to its financial ties with Jeffrey Epstein after multiple lawsuits accused the bank of facilitating his sex trafficking operation despite knowing he was a convicted predator. It most certainly doesn't stop there, and the markets would be a massacre following the revelations. Too big to fail takes on a whole new meaning in this context, and this is where we are being gaslit on the unprecedented level. To the average citizen who spent a decade being told that Epstein's speculation was tinfoil, now confronts irrefutable proof that nearly every pillar of respectable society, politics, finance, media, science, art, ran on extorted silence. Cognitive dissonance snaps. Conspiracy theories become the lingua franca. Official narrative becomes punchline. In the vacuum, anarchical possibilities abound. Neighborhood truth commissions, spontaneous occupation of courthouses, perhaps even localized violence as vigilantes target freshly unmasked predators. Millions could refuse to file taxes. Others march on federal buildings waving court exhibits. Civic trust already eroded vaporizes. From that clarity flows only two futures. In the first, millions demand a modern Nuremberg. The rosters of finance, politics, academia, and intel are dragged into the sunlight. New institutions are built from scorched earth. In the second, the guardians of the old order choose brute force, aiming AI-powered censorship and weaponized justice at anyone who opens the files. They may win for a season, but a government that has lost moral legitimacy can only rule by fear, and fear is brittle. This is the most likely course of action taken by old orders, since holding on to power and control is their ultimate goal. Either way, nothing that wears the veneer of authority on this side of the leak would retain it on the other. The Epstein archive is not merely evidence of a crime, it is an X-ray film showing a terminal malignancy in the body politic. Once the patient sees the scan, the choice is amputation or hospice. There is no going back to the days when we were able to blame just a few bad apples. The orchard is poisoned root to branch, and the world now knows it. This is why the world will never be permitted to truly understand the system of it all. It would threaten the entire system, and this is what they fear the most. Truth. What do you say to that? We're just going to say very well written, much to ponder. What did you make of all that? PBD reminds us that Disney characters have been used as coded messages. Go ahead and do a search. Disney characters used as coded message. Talk about that shape-shifting reptilian nonsense. Well,
you know, nobody is talking about this. Peter Thiel, it's obvious to me that he fits in on that academic side of the Jeffrey Epstein operation. He worked with all of these people and he held academic symposiums at Little St. James.
Look at that. Is that all that building is? It's all subterranean. Like, we think of Epstein Island, it's like being this big sprawling place. It's just a little building. I mean, and it's a weird building. No buildings look like this.
At the island. But what's so
looks just like Ellen DeGeneres' set, though. They're very similar, at least.
So crazy about this that I don't think a lot of people are focused on is that there are many survivors that have come out now in the last 5 years.
And there is music in the background, but we're here to listen to the comments about what they're discussing.
Saying that they weren't just sexually abused.
I woke up in a laboratory there one night, but there were scientists there, you know, and I woke up one night in a laboratory, paralyzed and naked on a table. They did something to me and they don't want anyone knowing about it. And I came back from there, I was hospitalized 10 times with panic attacks. And I'd been a very, very healthy, happy girl before I was taken.
That is extremely dark. Holy shit.
It's dark. And there are articles after articles, whether it's Vanity Fair, The Guardian, talking about how Peter Thiel wants to inject young blood into his system. He was spending $40,000 a quarter on a regular basis to get transfusions from an 18-year-old.
We need more scrutiny over this dude who is into some weird stuff, also seemingly has a lot of money and control over people that make policy, but also people on the private sector side, and nobody's really talking about it.
Is that Today-ish with James and Danny? Don't know what that is, but look, how deep does it go? We need to know how deep it goes. We're talking about AI and how deep it goes. Has anyone had this experience?
Y'all, I'm freaking out right now, and I want to see if this has happened to anybody else. Because one time is one thing, you know, coincidence maybe. But 2 times, that ain't no damn coincidence. Last night, I'm laying in the bed, not watching TV, not on my phone or nothing, and I was thinking to myself how TV's gone to hell in a handbag, and they don't make good movies anymore. And I was just sitting there thinking about some movies from back in the 80s that I really liked, right? I was thinking about The Outsiders. Well, after that, I get on my phone and the first damn video that pops up is about The Outsiders. I was like, nah, it can't be. This morning, I get up and I go to put my boots on and I'm thinking to myself, man, I need some new boots. These some bitches are wore out. Well, after that, I go in the bathroom and get on TikTok like we all do. And the first ad that pops up is an ad for Timberland boots. Guys, what the hell? Is this happening to anybody else? Are these damn phones reading our mind? Because if so, bye-bye cell phone. I'm done with it. Y'all let me know. Y'all, I'm freaking out right now. And I want to see if this has happened to anybody else.
All right, so I'm not here to evangelize
one time is one thing
per se, but I am here to just point out that it would be a good idea to make sure it is that you know what you believe and what you're going to stand on. And with AI and, you know, how close are they to getting inside of our brains? I mean, you know, we might want to meditate or pray for discernment. Has anyone else had that thought where you're thinking about something and then bam, they're advertising something really strange and specific to you? Like, I didn't say that. I didn't type that. I didn't look for that. How did they do that? CoffeeZilla is pointing out, that Stephen King sides with Trump. I'm sorry, did you see that? Thank you, Nick. You did just share that on our X feed. U.S. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard releases an overwhelming evidence of Obama-led conspiracy to orchestrate a coup against President Trump. Fucking finally. Finally. All the cards on the table. Bring it down. Trump, we want you to bring it down. We need this brought down. Globally. Oh, there's going to be chaos. Yeah, I think we're living in a chaotic system that's been allowing this. Cards up on the table, people. John Boy, Lake Leon says, that happens to me pretty often. That happens all the time. It's on your cell phone and your computer. Oh, yeah, the devices are linked. If you're logged in on multiple devices, they have a way of like, if I have an email on one device and I'm logged in on another, if I search for the Tower of Babel or something, or how to learn Spanish, it'll show up on another device because you're linked to, yeah, of course. But I mean, literally just thinking about it. Let me ask if Stephen King did this. Did Stephen King support Trump in an X post? Coffeezilla says the one time Stephen King sides with Trump is over Epstein. Okay, wait a minute. What is this? Taco Trump on May 29. X posts. Hang on. Let me. Stephen King tweet. The Epstein list is real. Did he do that? This is something I'm guessing on that I'm not entirely certain what I'm looking at. Yes, Stephen King posted a tweet on July 15 stating the Epstein client list is real, so is the Tooth Fairy and Santa Claus. This sarcastic remark implied skepticism, according to X, about the existence of a definitive Jeffrey Epstein client list aligning with the Department of Justice and FBI's July 25 memo that no such list exists. Tweet sparked significant backlash, with many users misinterpreting it as King defending Epstein or aligning with Trump. Despite King's long history of criticizing Trump, some accuse King of downplaying Epstein's crimes or even being involved, though no evidence supports such claims. King later clarified on the same day, writing, "Boy, I hit a nerve with that Epstein post. The list is like UFOs. Everyone knows someone who's seen one." Doubling down on his skepticism. On July 16, he further clarified, did Epstein traffic young girl? Yes, of course. Is there a client list? Doubtful. No, the client list is the fucking investigation results, you asshole. I'm not playing these word games. Well, there wasn't technically a black book. I don't want technically a black fucking book. Like a little Rolodex from the 1990s. Oh, what's my cousin Cynthia up to? I'll go to C for Cynthia. The results of the investigation, you asshole. That's the list. What is it? Cards up. Who's the bullseye? Who's the center circle? Bullseye, center circle. Withhold, middle circle. Withhold, outer circle. After investigating, who do we know is dead to rights? Who do we know is guilty as shit, guilty as sin, deserving of severe punishment, and society figuratively tarring and feathering you? Or, as I promoted, if you've abused kids, you know, I think Florida ruled that as a capital case. But no, I think they're trying to play these cute and clever, cutesy word games here. By the way, if you missed the remarks from Shane Gillis yesterday on the ESPYs, or 2 days ago, he said, Shohei Ohtani, he's not able to be here today. Boy, I sure hope that his bookie didn't bet on him being here today. Citing one scandal, and he goes, bookie. Yeah, that's what Bill Belichick likes to read his girlfriend tonight at night for bedtime. A bookie. Belichick's like 80, dating a 19-year-old or something. Hilarious joke. A bookie. Bill Belichick, that's what he likes to read, his girlfriend, to tuck her in bed at night. Here's a bookie. We're going to read a bookie. Anyway, this continues. Is there a client list? Doubtful. Conspiracy fodder. No, there's investigations. What do the investigations turn up? We have all the footage. What's on tape? What's on the tape? What's in the box? These posts confirm King's stance that while Epstein crimes were real, the idea of a specific client list is likely a myth. Always approach such controversies critically. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm going to you. That's why I'm looking at it. But now it seems like Trump is trying to redirect things back toward the coup of Obama, which is great, but I mean, it's not resolving the Epstein lingering in the air. We need to punish Obama, Clinton, the deep state for staging a coup, multiple coups, framing him as a foreign asset to tap into his campaign, to Watergate his entire organization, his entire team. That's a coup. That's treason. You can't get away with that. Framing the one hope to stop the New World Order from advancing and completely destroying our country, getting in the way of that with framing someone for something they didn't do. That's not okay. Yeah, Deb says they're playing word games because they can't defend what they're trying to do. And yes, everything we have listens to us. Great. All right, so good. I'm glad I checked into that, and it does appear as though that is an accurate tweet. But I hope you all do the same when you're sharing stuff, like, or, within reason, like, I was a little skeptical that was accurate. Well, turns out it looks like it is. I can't believe it. Conspiratorial Report shared this. Did you ever see this? You go full screen. Can I go full screen? I go side by side. Conspiratorial Report says, why did Mike Pence drive around in an SUV with the license plate that said Boy Love? BOYLOV3? Some mom that loves her 3 sons is probably having a good laugh at these ridiculous comments. There's Mike Pence on the campaign trail. Original photographs still up for verification and proof on the official White House Flickr account, allegedly. I don't see him in that vehicle. I see him next to it. There you go. There's a close-up of it. But I don't see him in it. Anyway. Now everybody's going to guess. Is he on the list? Is he on the list? I don't know. Rosie's weekend resignation says Trump has harsher things to say about Thomas Massie than he does about Jeffrey Epstein. Can we all take a second to talk about how fucked up that is? Massie, one of the only good people in Congress, but he's also one of the people that he doesn't have an APAC handler. Is that related, or are we noticing too much? Yes or no? Related, unrelated? Leading report says Elon Musk calls for the Trump admin to release phase 2 of the Epstein files. Here's Jim Brewer yelling about Epstein.
Epstein files! Liberals! Conservatives! Damn Trump, I hate him! God, I hate him! He's the best president we ever had in our lives!
You should be in a camp.
You know what that stuff is doing? It's controlling you!
And they have music in the background, so I gotta stop playing. If you're the one that's willing to run on someone's lawn and pull off a sign, you're being controlled. If you're willing to not sit next to someone on a plane, your emotions are controlled. If you're willing to not help a patient because you think they might have voted for something, that you're under control. You're putting your emotional control over the value of humanity and the good in all. That's what Jim Brewer was saying there. Hey, did you check this one out? Holy shit, this story. According to The Real State of America, Mel Witherspoon, the Democrat City Council president for Erie City, Pennsylvania, just claimed that he shot a man in the head when he was 17 and got away with it because of mafia ties and connections. What an odd thing to say. Back to Mike Pence here. This is from the ESPYs. Shane Gillis talks about Donald Trump wanting to stage something.
Donald Trump wants to stage a UFC fight on the White House lawn. The last time he staged a fight in D.C., Mike Pence almost died.
There you go.
All right. You don't have to do that. It was fine. I didn't write it.
Yeah, he pushed off a lot of his jokes to the writers. Anyway, that was kind of interesting.
I remember.
Anthony Blinken's stepfather was Robert Maxwell's closest confidant. All right, here's the Tucker Carlson network. Okay, what are they saying here in the comments? Lutnick bought that property from a trust. Epstein was the trustee, meaning someone else is the beneficiary. That's not publicly available. Epstein was involved in the ownership and transfer of property. In New York City, I bet there are tons of unfortunate incidences of living in or near places. I don't know, maybe. Take a listen.
Remember when Anthony Blinken became Secretary of State, and I've been following the Epstein story and just all the connections with it for a long time by then, and so I knew that Anthony Blinken's stepfather was Robert Maxwell's closest confidant, his lawyer, and the last person to speak to him before he died.
Before he was murdered.
Yeah. Oh, probably. Yeah, and we'll get to that too. But it's like, I've learned over the years not to place too many demands on our ruling class. I don't want to get all crazy. I'm not going to tell you guys to stop taking bribes. I'm not going to. That's all fine. Just keep the bribes. Yeah. Whatever. Can we have one major public official that is not a single degree separated from Jeffrey Epstein? Is that possible? Because apparently it's not possible. You got Donald Trump talking about the issue the other day on camera, and the guy standing next to him is Howard Lutnick, who was Epstein's neighbor for years, in
New York on Fifth Avenue.
Yeah. It's like, can we just get one important person who's not 1 degree or less separated from the most prolific mass pedophile in U.S. history? Is that possible?
Is that too much to ask? Doesn't feel like too much to ask. More Tucker?
The purpose of this interview, the purpose of all questions that I've ever raised about Epstein, go back to one central question, which is who runs the world? Who's making the decisions and on whose behalf? This idea that, there are all these 100 and whatever nation states each acting in its own, that's not true. And so what is true? This may point us in that direction.
A lot of people want to hear that he was an agent of this organization and sort of have it nice and pat and tight like that. And it may be that he did more work for one than the other. He had more loyalty to one than the other, things like that. When you look at his various connections that we'll get into, maybe there's, conclusions to draw there. But he was one of these guys who was kind of a freelance fixer. As you said, the idea that there's 100-something independent nation states all acting in their own interest, that's a fiction today. It was a fiction yesterday. It was a fiction in the 1980s. Epstein was an asset of this network of intelligence agencies that would do these things together.
We want the truth. Here's our reaction to hearing Colbert's show has been canceled. There we go. It's not unusual to be vaxxed by anyone. Like, they're clearly doing this to be silly, like it's all over the top. But it was so inadvertently spot on that that's the Colbert legacy right there in a nutshell. NPR and PBS have been defunded, and David Bozell has a message.
NPR and PBS the very best of luck in the open market. I really, really do. I hope they get everything that they can get to survive. I have a funny feeling that they are not going to survive for too terribly long, particularly at their price point and with all these assets. I mean, they've got 11 studios in Washington, D.C. alone. They have 42 studios in Alaska. What? 42 in the state of Alaska. So we hope we're going to go push after getting rid of these assets and selling them off. And so that's going to be an important deal for us. But I was teasing my father, Brent, All it took was for him to step down as president of Media Research Center. Then this came about 2 months later. So, if he had stepped down 38 years ago, we may have been here a lot sooner. I wished MP.
So, that's a good thing. We don't need to be funding that. Here it is, the Coldplay Kiss Cam.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two. All right, either they're living in a fan or they're just very shy. I'm not quite sure what to do.
This is a cool angle to see the band calling it out. Either they're having an affair or they're just really shy. And imagine if they had just played it off or something. I don't know. I mean, how has this ever happened before? We see stuff similarly at baseball games and basketball games, and people pretend like they're like close and then they jump back from each other. I don't know. How often is this happening?
Oh, look at these two.
Astronomer. Either they're living in a fan or CEO and chief people officer. Yeah, Coldplay hasn't made a single in years. Last night they made 2. That's a good joke. The CEO, I'm just going to have a nice night out with my side piece. Coldplay. The fuck you are. The memes are just hilarious. Oh, here's a good meme. Hear me out. Releasing the Epstein list on the Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert. I mean, how good does that sound? Have you all gone on Facebook to mark yourself safe from a Jumbotron at a Coldplay concert today? Tampa International Airport. This can't be real. It says, get your girl a plane ticket to see Coldplay or her boss will. Get the t-shirt. I took my side piece to the Coldplay concert and it ruined my life. Look at this one. I could show you my Facebook page, but I'll just show it off my phone. When you go get wings without your wife and she finds out. he's holding a chicken wing. See, if you're in the TNAM Humor group on Facebook, you got to go on Facebook and join the private group TNAM Humor. TNAM Humor. Yeah, I mean, imagine finding out like this, that your husband still listens to Coldplay. Ugh. It was in that moment that they realized they fucked up. Yeah, the memes are incredible. Just a reminder, try to live your life as if everything's being watched. Sad reality of our current situation, isn't it? A CEO hates to see this man coming. Goodness. Goodness gracious. All right. Next. Share a clip that gives off the same energy. When Dwight was caught on The Office. Yeah, but Dwight would have never hid. Look at the GIF or the GIF. Is it a GIF or a GIF? Look at him hiding. He's in disguise and he's reclining back. Nope, nothing to see here. Nope, I'm just gonna slink out of sight. You're not looking at me. You are not looking at me. That's pretty great. Very similar energy. So Andy No is reporting an attempted Islamic honor killing. 2 fundamentalist Muslim migrants from Iraq are on trial in Olympia, Washington. over a horrific attack on their teen daughter outside of Timberline High School. Prosecutors say Ihsan Ali and Zahara Ali strangled the girl to try to end her as a revenge for her rejecting their plan to marry her off to an older Muslim man in their home country.
A possible attempted honor killing, which shook the Timberline High School community, now on trial in Thurston County Superior Court.
This is not society that is compatible in the United States of America. Sharia, Islamic honor killings, these are not things that can coexist in America. This is why you screen people and ask them, what do they believe? What are your intentions? What do you want our country to be like? You have to kind of investigate. You don't just open the door and let anybody flood in for any reason to then start getting into your society and then trying to off one of your students. Nope.
Prosecutors accuse both Ihsan and Zahra Ali of choking their 17-year-old daughter outside the high school to the point where she couldn't breathe and lost consciousness. Part of the incident was caught on camera from a nearby bus.
Her eyes were rolling to the back of the head. You can tell she was not able to breathe. The look on his face and the way he was squeezing, he was choking her.
Court records state the victim's father had previously threatened her with an honor killing for refusing an arranged marriage with an older man in another country. Several bystanders, including other students, the bus driver, and other adults passing through the area, had to step in and pry the victim from her father's grip.
I noticed her eyes rolling to the back of her head. So what I did is I grabbed his hand and I pulled it off. Was able to spread his arms apart, and that's when she got free.
Other eyewitnesses described the chaos unfolding in front of the high school, with teens screaming.
Her eyes are rolling in the back of her head. She can't breathe. Someone call 911. Let go. Everyone seemed in a panic.
You have to screen to see if people are compatible to hang out here in long term. You don't bring that shit over here. Leading report said AG Bondi is announcing Epstein grand jury files will be unsealed in court tomorrow. Has that happened? Is that something that we've confirmed? Has it happened yet? I haven't noticed it yet if it did. With the only grand jury files being released, will there be lots of missing information the public is hungering for? Yes. Grok says that grand jury files, primarily 06 Florida transcripts, will likely omit key details like federal probes, full client associations, flight logs, or alleged videos. Public demand centers on unredacted names and evidence, but DOJ states no formal client list exists. Yeah, Nimbus, we just gave you food, and you just had some. He changed his name.
So Robert Maxwell was also one of the main money conduits.
Robert Maxwell, the main money conduit for Iran-Contra. Yes, Nimbus, what? Let's take a listen.
It's for Iran-Contra as well. Let's talk about Robert Maxwell. Fascinating guy. Really a fascinating guy. Another guy like Epstein that you look at him and you're like, man, he's kind of an amoral, beast in a lot of ways, but at the same time, he's a force of nature
and a figure out of history who figured in history.
So he was born in Czechoslovakia, and he was, I want to say he was 18 or 19 years old. He was very, very young when the Germans invaded, and he managed to escape. He wasn't called Robert Maxwell at the time. He changed his name 8 or 9 times over the course of the years, but he managed to escape to France in May 1940, which, if you know the story of World War II, is not the best time to escape to France. And so he hooks up with what's left of the Czechoslovak resistance there in France and follows the British retreat and manages somehow to talk his way onto a boat and gets over to Britain and gets hooked up with the Czech government in exile there in London. Becomes disenchanted with the government in exile pretty quickly and starts, so we'll get to that next part in a minute, actually. So then he's working at first for the Czech government in exile, gets a little disenchanted with them, and so joins the British Army. And he's a part of the Normandy invasion, and he was in heavy combat all the way to Berlin. He won the second highest medal that the British Army gives out, not just to foreign volunteers, but to anybody. So it's the Distinguished Service Cross or the Navy Cross here in the U.S. And, you don't
MC.
You don't get those just for, right. Yeah. You don't get those just for, showing up on time every day. Like, he got it for storming a machine gun nest and saving a bunch of people's lives, So physically courageous guy, obviously very resourceful, ballsy guy, to make it across Europe at such a young age and do all these things. After the war's over and we occupy Germany, he goes to work for British intelligence, first as a translator. I don't know how many languages he spoke back then, but later on he allegedly was fluent in 9. Maybe that's an exaggeration, but if he was fluent in 5 and functional in 4, that's pretty damn impressive, And so he was a guy who he had connections behind the Iron Curtain that was emerging. He's from that side of the line. He was a soldier who had fought valiantly for the British, and so now he's working for British intelligence, and he's actually pretty valuable to him. And he gets involved in, some dirty work. I mean, he was involved in interrogating captured SS soldiers, for example, which I imagine those were not always pleasant experiences. Actually, later on in life, this didn't come out till quite a bit later when he was an older guy, like soon before his death. He was actually fingered in an investigation for murdering a bunch of unarmed German civilians while he was there. It never went to the point of, having to be proven in court or anything. So it was just something that was out there, but he was named in the investigation. And so he's working for British intelligence for a while there in Berlin, which is a pretty hot assignment, obviously, especially as the Iron Curtain's starting to come down. And when the war ends, he goes back to Britain. He's changed his name to Robert Maxwell by this point, gets British citizenship. And one of the first things we have him doing in the late 1940s after the war when he gets back to Britain is you have this guy who, again, is from the other side of the line. He's got connections with people across Europe. He's involved with British intelligence. And he hooks up with some like the British Zionist movement, and in contravention of British law at the time, is helping to smuggle weapons, specifically aircraft parts were kind of his main bag, through Czechoslovakia down to the Zionist movement in Israel to fight the Arabs. And
there's so much going on in all this stuff. There are so many layers of intrigue.
And again, this is still, I think he's probably 25 or something like that at this point, maybe 27, 28, young guy.
And not just the Arabs, the British also.
Well, right, yeah.
They're fighting the British, and he's now a British citizen. Just saying.
There is that, yeah.
So much intrigue to this.
She's running down this story, and she's got 3 on-the-record witnesses, 2 sisters, but then one totally independent, telling the same story about Jeffrey Epstein. He sexually assaulted them. She gets her interview with Jeffrey Epstein, and she asks him about the girls, and he gets really, really upset. Threatens her personally, threatens her, like, says, I'm not coming after the magazine if you print this. I'm coming after you because my relationship here is with you. Don't do this to yourself. Don't do this to your family. It's not worth it.
Whoa.
And so she says, well, does what a reporter's supposed to do, I suppose. You're not going to push me around like that. And you don't know who this guy is. And so he's just some rich guy who's trying to threaten you or something. And so she writes up the story, and it goes through legal. And legal looks at it. You got 3 on-the-record witnesses corroborating each other's stories, gets through legal. And then right before it goes to press, Graydon Carter, who was running Vanity Fair at the time, he puts the kibosh on that part of the story. He just takes it out without even telling Vicky Ward. Has all of that stuff removed. It's just a profile piece about Jeffrey Epstein, this international...
Minus the sexual assault allegations.
Correct. And so the stories, though, where it gets really interesting, he comes into his office one day. He's the first person in the office. Graydon Carter's office within the larger complex is locked, but Jeffrey Epstein's already in there. He's the first person in. And he's waiting for him. And he berates him and threatens him and tells him, you better not print this. And a short time later, Graydon Carter leaves his house in New York City, and he finds a bullet on his stoop. And then a little while later at his country house upstate, he finds a severed cat's head on the porch there. And according to the senior editor and a lot of people at Vanity Fair, Graydon Carter and everybody in the office knew exactly what this was. These were threats from Jeffrey Epstein, and Graydon Carter axed the story because of that.
Don't mess with cats. Screw anybody that's going to mess with cats.
Epstein, and there was public testimony from women who lived with Epstein to this effect. His contempt for Americans, sort of normal, middle class, working class Americans, he did not see them as fully human. He didn't at all. So it's like molesting a high school girl from housing development or a trailer park in South Florida doesn't really count as molesting because she's a prole. Like, who cares?
Yeah.
And that attitude suffuses our leadership class. Like, that is their attitude. Yeah, 100,000 people die of fentanyl ODs. Yeah, but I mean, people. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, it's sad, but it's not an emergency because they're like people you would never meet and you don't really care about. Just building their fucking dollar store in their town and like nobody cares about them. He really had that attitude, but that's the attitude they all have.
That's the attitude they all have. Who was it that was talking about the stinky tourists that come in? Was it Chuck Schumer? It was one of those dirty Democrats that talked about the stinky, sweaty tourists that come into D.C. Because, only the upper crust deserve to, deserve to live here. All right. Toria Brooks says, Elon responds to Wall Street Journal hit piece on President Trump saying it doesn't sound like something Trump would say, to be honest. I mean, that's right. Sort of definitely feels that way. Wall Street Journal released an alleged letter from Trump to Epstein for Epstein's 50th birthday. Trump says the letter's a fake thing and he's going to sue the outlet. Allegedly involving a hand-drawn woman with text. Elon's like, that doesn't sound like Trump. There's a picture. Seems legit. Here's a photo.
I've been super exhausted.
Multiple sources reporting a disturbing story that a viral news account, part-time photographer and U.S. military hopeful Roz Alerts has allegedly been taking part in the grooming of underage users in group chats through gay dominatrix, dog, furry, and pigeon fetish tactics. What the fuck? According to Hunter James something Roz Alerts, otherwise known as Pup Nikon, views himself as a 5-year-old diaper puppy. Started this kink account when he was 15 years old. Chat logs reveal he was reportedly aware, both his Roz and alter ego pigeons, that he was conversing with underage boys, asking boys to R him. Gross. Roz Alerts. I've seen some of those. That's this person or one of the people who work with them? I think it's someone they work with. Well, it says otherwise known as, it says Roz Alerts. I guess that's the main person that runs the account. Anyway. Oh, Roz Alerts here. Yeah, I've been seeing this. It says the Wall Street Journal working on a big news story detailing Donald Trump's relationship with Epstein, and sources say Trump is desperately trying to block its publication. He allegedly called the Wall Street Journal editor-in-chief in an attempt to kill the story. Is this why he's sharing fake news, Wall Street Journal?
As a sanctuary city, there's...
By the way, California Border Patrol cracking down on illegals in Sacramento area. Here you go. Another 2 stories in a row. Deb from Sacramento.
no such thing as a sanctuary state. We are here conducting this Title VIII mission. We've already arrested at least 8 individuals for being in this country illegally.
Sure hope this music is cleared so it doesn't hit those copyright flanges.
Of whom is an
copyright flags.
Aggravated felon. That aggravated felon appears to have charges related to fentanyl trafficking. And
fentanyl trafficking people being rounded up. We don't need a single one of these people in America. Goodbye.
One individual arrested for impeding and or assaulting a U.S. federal officer. This is how and why.
Oh, that was the picture of the guy, Mace Face.
We secure the homeland. For Ma and Pa America, we've got your backs, whether it's here in Sacramento or nationwide. We're here and we're not going anywhere. Folks.
There you go. Brad Edwards, this shared from Mostly Peaceful Latinas. Brad Edwards, a lawyer who represented victims of Epstein, spoke to ABC News and says the public got it completely wrong. A lawyer who represented victims of Epstein spoke to ABC, ESPN, Disney. There you go. Epstein lived a double life, one where he procured hundreds of young women to satisfy his personal sexual desires, and one where he met with some of the most powerful people in the world. For the most part, these two did not collide. Oh, yeah. Okay. Edwards says that while representing the women, there was never any evidence of a trafficking ring, client list, or blackmail. What he was not is a person on the top of a sex trafficking operation that was sending women to powerful people around the world so that he could make money. It was not a business. Do you believe that? Toria Brooks says, I think there's a lot of things that need explaining. Last week, FBI launched an investigation into James Comey, former FBI director, as well as CIA Director John Brennan regarding Russiagate. We also had the largest child trafficking bust in the history of the U.S. last week out of Florida, and no one paid attention. Isn't it interesting? Trump's Truth Post stated that Comey, Brennan, Hillary, Obama fueled the fire for an inaccurately told version of the Epstein story, and the Epstein attacks in the media happened the same week as an investigation was launched against them. What is this? The original Italian circle triangle food post appearing in 2016, October 2016. A day after then FBI Director Comey announced the Bureau would be reopening its investigation into Clinton's use of a private email server while Secretary of State. Remember Benghazi? Data from the server has been found on electronics belonging to former Representative Anthony Weiner, the husband of Clinton close aide Huma Abedin. Oh, yeah, Huma Abedin was just married off in an honor marrying. Wait, that's wrong. An honor kill. No, an honor marriage. A wedding of convenience to George Soros' son. Wow. 1 degree of separation away for all these creeps. Anthony Weiner, who had been caught texting lewd messages to a 15-year-old and allegedly, there's accusations of the other stuff that was on that laptop now, weren't there? The original poster of this was Carmen Katz. NYPD source says it's much more vile and serious than classified material on Weiner's device. Detailing trips made by Weiner, Bill, and Hillary to their billionaire friend's plane, the Lolita Express, allegedly. Hillary had a well-documented predilection for underage girls, according to this accusation. Talking an international child enslavement and sex ring. What, this out of Rolling Stone, allegedly? Now, why would Rolling Stone allow something like that? I want to know what the story is. Give us the story. Tell us what's up. Regarding Russiagate, former CIA Director John Brennan, now under the investigation by the FBI, once said there was no effort at the CIA to restrict information because it was potentially embarrassing for Hillary Clinton. Obama just wanted the right people involved. Margot Cleveland says, my searching for the Durham report suggests Durham had no idea of Brennan's politicizing of the ICA and Brennan misleading Durham. I anticipate documents including deposition of Brennan and Cohen to be declassified. Stephen Miller reminds us that the people who live in your country determine who your country is. Haiti doesn't work as a country. If you take Haiti and you move it to America, it's not going to work here. If you move the third world to the first world, eventually we become the third world, says Stephen Miller. This post here says, stay quest ready. Are you fit? Are you healthy? Are you quest ready? It's a pretty good idea.
I am very pleased to report that
this is Stinchfield.
The walls may be closing in on James Comey, the former director of the FBI, and of course, Brennan, the former director of the CIA. Now,
and of course, Tulsi's getting involved here, and his daughter, James Comey's daughter, was just fired. New data shows more people are leaving California. Yeah, we did. I used to live there. I'm happy to be out. Democrat favorability ratings. Where would you guess they're at?
A new CNN poll out today shows that Democrats' favorability among Americans is at its lowest point in the history of CNN's polling back to 1992. Only 28% of Americans view the Democratic Party favorably. Why
do they have to play music in the background of this? 54% unfavorable and only 28% favorability rating. I think 28% is far too high. That's what we put on the comments. Governor Gavin Newsom says today, real Donald Trump and Republicans are shamefully shutting down the federal suicide and crisis lifeline for LGB youth. In some cases, so they're calling that's the Trevor Project. Elizabeth Bar Kohana, though, says the Trevor Project is a pedo paradise that connects adults and kids in secret virtual chat rooms, among other things. They target underage teens as young as 13 with ads. Well, 13 is the youngest teen that a teen can be. According to National Review, adults in the chat room have discussed sexual content with minors, encouraging them to withhold information about their gender transition from their parents. In some cases, users under 18 spoke with adult users about sexual preferences, including BDSM and polyamory, National Review reported. Chats reviewed by NR, minors and adults discuss fetishes, including gokun, the act of drinking. Oh, God, no. I don't want to read any of this. Gross. Fuck. Don't read that. Okay, God. No, fuck. Okay, yeah, just gross fetishes. According to LA Times, California Democrats have a bill that would refer all California students to the Trevor Project. Wow, I didn't want to read that. That's gross. And here's an article, Colin Wright and Brad Palumbo saying why Trump was right to defund the Trevor Project. Organization has peddled pseudoscience to vulnerable kids. So be aware of how that's being framed. Speaking of framing, hey, remember how propagandized we are?
Remember that the Earth's resources are limited. You do not need to have a big family because all
the
the
song in the
people are your
background. No, I can't.
brothers and sisters.
No. That's a Kanye song. I didn't know that was playing in the background. Doggone it. But they're telling you through Captain Planet, you do not need to have a big family because all the world's people are your brothers and sisters. Uh-huh. Don't breed, don't have families, and then import the global third world. Okay, cool. What is this? The Rubber Duck. Have you ever watched this? There's music. People think I'm kidding when I tell them that Anons witnessed the raid on Epstein Island live in October. I can't reset it. But they allegedly had a drone on the outside while the FBI was inside investigating all this stuff. And then the drone was noticed, the act of noticing. A very blue roof. There you go. See, they're trying to cover it up because people are looking in the windows. Christopher Wray was in charge of the FBI in 2019. Is that a blue roof? All the evidence they termed he didn't have a client list and acted alone. Uh-huh. Very blue roof. And they put up a blanket to shield everything. Oh, man. What do you guys know about Rusty Shacklesford? This clip is the moment Rusty's drone got caught by the FBI marshals in SDNY filming their evidence collection. Don't you dare tell me. Okay, this one here says Rusty Shacklesford was John McAfee, or many believe. Who was aware of that? Huh. Now that's interesting. Now I'm... Huh. Remember they're covering up the windows during the 2020 votes? Rusty Shackelford. Huh. Anna Paulina Luna says President Trump and Attorney General Pam Bondi's decision tonight to unseal the Epstein grand jury files was quietly in the works behind the scenes. I don't know if I'm buying that. Enjoy phase 3. It's going to be the coup d'etat. Well, coup de grace? Was that an intentional coup d'etat, coup de grace? President Trump, we are ready to move on the court tomorrow to unseal the grand jury transcript, says Attorney General Pamela Bondi. President Trump said, based on the ridiculous amount of publicity given to Epstein, we're going to do this. Yeah, how much will be redacted? We'll see. Ted Cruz reintroduced legislation to officially designate the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist organization. This all according to Miss Muckraker. Take no part in the worthless deeds of evil and darkness, instead expose them. That's Ephesians 5:11. Bondi announces Epstein grand jury files will be unsealed tomorrow in court. Did that happen yet? Anna Paulina Luna claims evidence the Biden DOJ destroyed materials related to Epstein. U.S. government issued at least 6 major contradictions on the Epstein case. Bondi's 25 claim of reviewing a client list versus DOJ memo denying its existence. Promises a full file release versus refusal to disclose more. Official suicide ruling versus autopsy inconsistencies, such as the broken hyoid bone suggesting homicide. The 2008 plea deal leniency despite evidence of 36 victims. Guards falsifying logs and camera failures versus no foul play claim. 25 footage modifications despite the assertion that the footage was raw. There are inconsistencies. Phase 1 was nothing. And this is that ongoing image of the side of the face of the person from a video that some people say looks a lot like Stephen Colbert. Does that look like Stephen Colbert? Dan Scavino Jr. Oh, please tell me this is it. Dear Lord Almighty, it's been a long time coming. Please tell me karma's finally coming onto the Clintons and the Obamas and the deep state for all of their crimes. Please tell me this is finally here. Please tell me there's a plan. Please tell me you caught them all. Please. This is all so obvious to anybody who's been paying attention. It's just all we can do is go, what are you waiting for? Go. Do something. It's that meme image of that stick figure holding a stick, poking something, saying, do something. Dan Scavino Jr. is putting out karma. What goes around comes around. TikTok. Hint, hint, hint. Wink, wink. Oh, please. Remember how Trump was with tariffs? Everything's chaotic for a minute and it's all hyperbolic. And then bam, you snap into line on a lot of things. But you play everybody to freak out for a moment. You see where the dust settles. And then you go. God, I hope that's the case. Please let that be the case. Please take these demons out. Oh, Rusty Shackelford says several accounts go by that name now. He's like a ghost that haunts the online Epstein discussion. Nick, do you know, was that attributed to John McAfee? I was playing his words the other day. Oh, maybe that's how this plays out. Maybe it turns out Epstein and McAfee, who allegedly both were offed under similar circumstances or whacked, as the arm tattoo said on John McAfee. Maybe they both escaped. And maybe John McAfee did have like a quadrillion Bitcoin. Maybe he's going to say, T-Dam, I like that you've always been there over the years. Here's 1 million Bitcoin. Launch your empire. Best of luck to you. And I'd be like, oh, yes. Yeah, I know the name Rusty Shackelford, but I wonder if I had interacted with a Rusty Shackelford that was actually John and I didn't know it was him. Actually, I think John McAfee follows me. Or I mean, at the time. Yeah, there it is. Hey, weren't you just saying something like that, Nick Adams? Like all your connections, all the people how in the world have you? What did you? Yeah, John McAfee follows me. Funny thing is, I can't follow him back because I'm following too many people. I have to, because I think there's old code in the Twitter algorithm. I don't think they let my account go viral. I don't think many people are able to see my stuff. Or I'm just a crazy guy who blames my lack of success on everybody but myself or something. It really is almost enough to make you crazy, except I know the difference and I'm not worried about it. But let's look up Thomas Massey. But does everyone see that? That McAfee follows me? I highlighted it there right underneath his name. Follows you. I can't follow him back. I got to fix that. If you type in John McAfee, Thomas Massey, he follows me as well. I'm tempted to just put on my profile, followed by John McAfee and Thomas Massey. That's all you had to say. Miss Muckraker reminds us, what a privilege to be tired from the work you once begged the universe for. What a privilege to feel overwhelmed by growth that you used to dream about. What a privilege to be challenged by a life that you created on purpose. What a privilege to outgrow things that you used to settle for. That's a nice perspective. Representative Pramila Jayapal accidentally admits that illegals receive taxpayer-funded SNAP benefits. Quote, according to Libs of TikTok, yesterday I was at a food bank in my district talking about SNAP cuts. People are not showing up because they're afraid. It's undocumented immigrants. It's illegal alien invaders stealing our resources. Why are illegals in your district receiving taxpayer-funded SNAP benefits, Jayapal? I thought Democrats said that this wasn't happening. Wall Street Apes remind us of the couple who lives in a home that looks like a castle in California, discovered to have 21 children, 17 of those under the age of 3. The Chinese couple and 6 kids have been placed into other homes by the couple. Clearly running a child trafficking operation. It's always California. Yep. Chronic venous insufficiency, common in those over 50. Age-related vein weakening at 79. Trump fits this profile, but factors like prolonged standing or genetics also contribute. It's benign and treatable. Barack Obama tells Michelle that men need gay friends. I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't out, who became one of my favorite professors. You need that to show empathy and kindness. Miss Muckraker says that's the epitome of a beta male. Or a bottom. Shane Gillis from Tires. You sound like a potential homosexual. That's a very funny scene. What's the girl's name? Darla? Is that her name on Tires? Have you watched Tires, the Shane Gillis thing on Netflix? Okay, that's kind of funny. All right. Candace Owens. Let's go one step further with Candace Owens.
Candace Owens was on the Jason Lee show, and she got asked about Kanye. And the answer she gave, nobody was expecting. Check out this clip.
Oh, there's music in the background.
I will always love Ye. I will always defend him because I think he did one of the bravest things in speaking about what happened to him, and the questions were never answered about what Harley Pasternak did to him that night. And I think it's what was done to Britney Spears based on my readings of MK Ultra program, which has never been stopped. I think Harley Pasternak it's extremely problematic. And he's literally telling you what happened to him and no one's listening. And everyone's like, he's gone crazy. They drugged me against my will. And when you read those experiments of how they could literally give somebody a mental disorder via a cocktail of drugs, LA becomes very scary.
I want the chronic kid diddlers strung up. We all do. Yeah. No, they're just minor attracted people. No. Wood chipper, right? Like full regular trial, but you should have to sit in the execution chair in Utah. But how many people were Nancy maced, drugged into compromising positions, drugged out of their mind, drugged crazy, tricked? Oh, you go to a place and you're not there for whatever's about to happen, but guess what? They got other plans. You're given a shot, you have a drink, you have a whatever, or aerosolized. You can do that room to room. I mean, there's a million things you could do to somebody if you really wanted to wreck them. I think there's some level of apology and some level of forgiveness due to the people who were abused, like Nancy Mace or a Bill Cosby victim. Oh, I think there's some of that going on for sure.
Like, who was that? I didn't hear
Harley
that.
Pasternak, the trainer that trains all the stars that keep dying in baths.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Aaron Carter, when he reached out to Kanye, and when Kanye said Harley Pasternak did this, Aaron Carter tweeted at Kanye and said, "We should talk," and then that was his last tweet.
So she brought up Hollywood trainer Harley Pasternak, who was also a trainer for Mac Miller, who was also a trainer for Brittany Murphy. Similar unalive events. But the crazy thing is what he texted Kanye. He texted him saying that they can sit down and Kanye cannot cuss, and they were talking facts. And he doesn't want to hear what somebody else told Kanye. And the second option was for Kanye to get institutionalized. And he said he would send Kanye to Zombie Land, and play date with the kids would never be the same.
You caught all that, right?
Found out that my trainer was a MK Ultra Canadian intelligence.
He worked in the defense research and development in the Canadian military, essentially working on psyops
Who's this
in the
guy?
Canadian military. This is Harley Pasternak.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, look, they tried to medicate me. I was exhausted. They wrongly diagnosed me, and they when I asked them how much lithium did you want to put me on exactly, it took them 4 days to answer because they were embarrassed about the amount, right? And I refused to take this, right? You understand that if I had taken the medication, I would not be here, and it would have been, he was deeply troubled. We miss him. We love his music, though.
Well, they would have Britney Spears too. I mean, look at
they would have Michael Jackson
or worse, yeah. So
Interesting how the guy in that clip mentioned Britney Spears, and so did Candace Owens. What really happened to Britney? And were they trying to get that to happen to Kanye? Guys, Hollywood is a scary place when you stop operating out of their rules. So you can kind of see where Candace is coming from. Even though Kanye deals with a lot of spiritual battles, he still seems coherent, unlike Britney Spears. Either way it goes, I pray for both of them. May they come out of whatever they are in.
It is theoretically possible that I might have dodged a bullet as well. Figuratively, literally. Just these parties and these people and these gatherings and whatnot. Having lived in Los Angeles and been around a lot of places, a lot of things, a lot of people. I mean, hell. You know. Hey, remember, if you're having a bad day, at least you didn't get caught cheating at a Coldplay concert. There's a positive note of the day. Yeah, the memes are fantastic. The Coldplay camera guy. There he is. Like the Leo DiCaprio. This girl definitely knows everything, and look how red she got. I want to know who that person is. Picture of the astronomer CEO and the head of HR at the weekly staff meeting. Could you imagine? They're either having an affair or they're very shy. Getting caught having an affair with an executive at a Coldplay concert got to be the top 5 whitest things in history. Oh, what a peaceful morning. My wife went to a Coldplay concert with her boss last night, so she's sleeping in. Time to get my coffee and browse social media. Oh, no. He says his behavior is inexcusable. Nathan at home. The plan? Have the CEO get caught having an affair with a coworker at a concert to increase brand awareness and get a buzz going for astronomer. How about it? That really does sound like Nathan at home. All right. Show me in the handbook where it says I can't embrace the head of HR at a Coldplay concert. Was that wrong? Should I not have done that? That's Costanza at work, of course. Mal asks, what does HR actually do? Amisha says, in this case, the CEO. This Taylor Swift fan wore a blanket and glasses. Woman hides identity because she called in sick to work. This is how you should go to concerts if you've called in sick or are cheating on your partners, by the way. The other guy cheating on his wife at the Coldplay concert. If I send you this, you know you've been exposed. Now, is this real? A thoughtful decision by Coldplay? Starting with our next show, we're introducing camera-free audience sections for people and their side pieces. Sounds like a joke. Did Coldplay put out a post? Hey, Jamie, pull up. Did Coldplay put out a post? I mean, they're so in the middle of it. I just put let me ask Grok instead of just typing it that way. This is one that feels like satire, feels like a Saturday Night Live skit, feels like a funny meme. No, Coldplay did not put out a post introducing camera-free audience sections for people in their side pieces, although that's kind of funny. At some point, you just have to embrace the joke. Marked safe from being cheated on at a Coldplay concert today. Hashtag open to work. Oh, God. That's wild. Oh, the page is not available. Oh, they didn't want you talking about that story. About Epstein and Israel. Wow. Instagram took that one down. Every summer, fate chooses a CEO for the sacrifice. That's the ritual. Last year, Luigi. Before that, it was going down to dive for the Titanic. And I guess the orcas are just ones taking down big yachts. Here's a question from Living Traditionally. How does a guy get to block the sun, cover your organic fruit and film, insert fake meat into the supply chain, and then bioengineer mosquitoes to release vaccines without anyone's consent or approval, not get called a supervillain? How does that happen? Great question. Why is Mark Levin so angry at Daryl Cooper?
Mark Levin described you as a propagandist, a demagogue, say you shouldn't have a platform, you should be silenced. You know, I've listened to you now for 2 hours and 40 minutes. I wonder what about what you just said would make Mark Levin call for you to be silenced and call you a criminal. I mean, here you are arguing against child molestation. You're not attacking anybody, certainly on the basis of like religion or ethnicity or anything like that. You're not even attacking any governments. That's my read on what you're saying. Why would that, your 2 hour and 40 minute description of this news story. Why would that make someone like Mark Levin so angry?
I mean, I think when you
Does he know something?
see the constellation of commentators and personalities that have kind of immediately jumped to the side of there's nothing to see here, it's all over with, let's drop the case. It's all the same people who were telling us we were traitors if we didn't want to bomb Iran just a few weeks ago.
Oh, I know.
And so I think, and here's the funny thing about it, is I think that people like Mark, people like Ben Shapiro, a lot of these folks are actually, they're afraid, they have something like the pop understanding of what Jeffrey Epstein was about in their heads, and they're afraid that exposing the case will show his ties to Israeli intelligence. I actually have a much more conservative view on the whole thing than they probably do, where I don't think they have as much to be afraid of in that sense. I think he did work for Israeli intelligence, but I think he was a freelancer who did work for the CIA, did work for a lot of intelligence agencies, probably
Isn't that likely or possible?
Independent criminals.
It sounds like you're right. I mean, this is not just about, I agree with you. It's clearly not just about Israel. It's about a lot. It is in part about Israel, but it's not only about Israel. It's about our government. They're the ones who covered up the freaking crimes in 2007.
Yes. Just a freelancer? It seems like he's the eggs are scrambled in.
An update on the Coldplay concert affair. This is Andy Byron, the CEO of the data company, astronomer, and Kristen Cabot, the chief people officer of the same company. Yep, they're both married. Not to each other, but it gets worse. Sitting directly next to them was Alyssa Stoddard, senior director of people at Astronomer, a newer hire who just got promoted, and based on her reaction, it was obvious that this was not a spontaneous, innocent outing. One thing is clear, the entire company might have known something was up. One user even wrote, "That's going to be one awkward board meeting, if not a couple divorces too." As for Andy's actual wife, she's moving swiftly. She's already removed his last name from her social profiles, deleted all their photos together, and gone completely silent, while her comments are flooded with messages of heartbreak and support. One of the top comments reads, "Sis, lawyer up. You deserve so much better." Meanwhile, Kristen's been wiped from Astronomer's About Us page in what some are calling a quiet, internal response to the firestorm. It's unclear if Andy will follow, but this level of viral attention may force action. What Coldplay thought was just a cute fan cam moment has turned into a full-on HR disaster, with 20M plus views, a potential divorce, and an entire tech company dragged into public scandal. An update on the Coldplay concert affair. This is Andy Byron. This
is the most coverage Coldplay's had in a while, though. Goodness. I don't know what we can learn from this, but it's one of the most interesting things out there in the news this week, and that's why we covered it for you. All right. That's all I really wanted to share with you. I'm going to get going and enjoy the rest of my weekend. I'll try to be back tomorrow in the morning, I think. Probably a little earlier than noon. I think earlier the better. I think we'll see how it plays out. It's a little fluid on the Saturday shows because we need to have a little bit of flexibility for our lives and other things that are occurring over the weekend. But, oh yeah, he messed around and found out. All right. Link up with us in all the other places because in between the live shows, we talk to each other. Oh, let me show the message, the notification. It's so silly. Let me show you this. Patriot Warrior Texas chimed in. Got going on the show notes today, doing the morning research because we do research right after the show's over, research in the evening, research in the morning. It's just nonstop, really. And so if you send us stuff, we'll get to it. But woke up to this one. Happy Friday, T-Nam from Patriot Warrior, Texas. There it is, everybody. Your moment of zen. Look at that. From Patriot Warrior, Texas. Your moment of Donald Trump sent something 30 years ago with booby pictures. Okay, cool story, bro. That's kind of funny. Thank you for sending that, Patriot Warrior Texas. But yes, link up with us in all of the locations so that we can communicate outside of the live shows. The New American Media is on Instagram, Facebook, Truth Social, Rumble, Odysee, Twitch, Kick, D-Live, and YouTube at the New American Media. We're on Telegram and Signal at TNAM and TNAM Chat, on X at American_Media_. Subscribe to our podcast, The Agree to Disagree Show, on Spotify and Apple. Donation links on Patreon at The New American Media. Venmo and Cash App is our tip jar if you like the show and you want to send us off for a wonderful weekend. The tip jar is on Venmo and Cash App at BrianEngelman, and on PayPal, Fuzz Installment at yahoo.com. All scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Thank you all. Nick and Sid and John Boy and Deb, not from San Francisco. And who else was in here today? David and scrolling around, whoever else host, and yeah, fake Amber from earlier. Yeah, I think it's a bot account, a sock puppet account, and everybody else. Hope you have a wonderful time. I will sign out for now. I appreciate you. I love you. And we will talk to you again soon. Kisses for Nimbus indeed. Take care. Peace.
Your guide to the truth. TheNewAmericanMedia.com.